Everybody, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Is it Groundhog Day? Oh wait, no, that was yesterday.
I think that was yesterday.
That was yesterday because I was at Disney and that was.
What did the groundhog end up doing?
I have not even looked at any kind of news or anything since I was at Disney.
Did he see his shadow?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's in the room yet, but if they are, maybe somebody here knows because I do not. I didn't know it was the Super Bowl until yesterday, and Carrie posted it. I saw a message from her at Patreon saying, "Oh, it's the Super Bowl? I probably won't see you." I'm like, that did not even occur to me. So we might have an empty room tonight, so I'll just talk to Matt, and that's fine.
That's fine. We can talk amongst ourselves.
We can talk amongst ourselves. I mean, that's what we could do anyway. So.
Oh, he did not see a shadow.
Oh.
So I think that means no more winter.
Is it? Or is it the other way?
No, if he sees his shadow and he runs in his hole.
Oh, and then he hides. I see. Yeah.
Hi, Tigger.
Oh, hello. Yay, we got some people.
Yep, some people are in the room.
Yay. Yeah, I was thinking later after Carrie said that, I was like, oh, maybe I should have rethought what day to choose for Twitch, but I don't know. We get people from all over. Not everybody's into football.
Lisa Isabella Russo didn't know about the Super Bowl either.
Yeah.
This is so much better.
No, thank you.
And then Kitten says, "Go Patriots."
Okay. Yeah. And
I'm more of a honestly, Patreon person. I just found out that they were playing today.
Yeah.
I knew that I heard something about Rams yesterday at Epcot.
Yeah, at Epcot, because when we were going there, I saw that post from Tiger Pixie Carrie up at Patreon, and then I was like, and it's like while I was getting to Disney, I was like, there's no way I could reschedule it, so I'm just gonna. And then at Disney, people were wearing shirts and talking about things.
Yes, but
asking me which team I support. I'm like, I don't follow.
So, yeah, I think I basically have the same position that Jasmine has on football. Is I just don't really pay attention to it. I am completely neutral I'm completely neutral towards it until it gets in my face. Then I'm like, I don't want to see it. The puppy. I watched the Puppy Bowl.
I have, yes. Well, not to keep bringing up Carrie Tiger Pixie, who's probably not here. Her kitty, Anakin, the wonderful, famous two-legged cat, was on the Kitten Bowl. What was it, last year or the year before?
I didn't know about a kitty bowl. I know about the kitty halftime.
The kitty halftime.
For
the
several
kitty
years.
halftime that is on the Puppy Bowl that is on the Animal Channel. Planet. I don't know. I forget what it is. Is that?
Sunshine is playing on top of the aquarium, filled with the.
She loves the snail aquarium. Man.
Yeah, snails that constantly love each other.
Who doesn't want to see that when they're cooking in the kitchen?
So, Jasmine, we're at 36 people.
Hey, we got some people. I'm amazed anybody is here.
We get our typical crowd.
It is not a time to put stuff you want to broadcast. And for those who aren't in America, it is the special football day where it's the American tournament for football.
Right, and we're talking about American
football, like NFL stuff.
Yes.
So.
Yes, NFL and AFC, something like that. I don't know.
I thought that was baseball.
Baseball
I don't know. For the longest time, I thought the World Series was for football, so I am not the person.
The American League and the National League. So, I don't know.
Yeah, this is not the channel to watch if you want to hear people talk about sports. We are not good at that.
The most
I like playing
sports I used to be into.
Used to watch UFC.
UFC because as a nerd, I grew up and of course, I practiced martial arts.
Yeah, I mean, I did lots of martial arts.
But I did get involved into the more involved full contact martial arts. Yeah. So I kind of like UFC sort of.
Oh
things.
yeah, and I've got a lot of people in my family who do. Well, maybe 3 or 4.
AFC and NFC people say. I suppose that comprises the NFL.
What was it?
AFC and NFC.
And that makes the NFL together?
I suppose.
I should know this because they actually license me to make they make little statues of my fairies that are branded with the NFL. But
we have no ill will toward them.
I don't know. I have problem. Yeah, I know. I like
watches
them.
UFC all the time, except when she's watching Twitch.
Who does?
With Jasmine.
Who watches it all?
Mimi.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that is one of the few sports matches I've actually watched, from start to finish, was UFC with Matt.
Well, certainly one of my
my sister and her husband would come by when they
my guilty pleasures is watching any sort of martial arts, anything.
Even terrible movies, right, Mandy?
Terrible
or good movies.
Or good movies. I like the classics. I love old Bruce Lee movies.
Yes. And I grew up with a sister who is very obsessed with Bruce Lee. She's probably listening, but yeah. So we would see a lot of that. Yeah.
It's either UFC or Jasmine.
Yeah. That should be my slogan.
Hey, Jasmine, do you have any fairies that are a bit, like, punchy or boxy or martial artsy besides the ninjas?
There are the ninja dragonlings. I'm trying to think if there are any. I don't think there are statues, but there might be some I've painted.
A cute little boxer girl?
Mine tend to be very small, so they kind of resort to magic or weapons. So
okay, kind of Grinch is a bowler. You know what? Bowling is just fun.
I'm terrible
bowling
at bowling.
Is
it's
just
fun. I like it, but I am terrible at bowling. I don't ever make it to 3 digits. I'm just not good at it.
If as far as team sports, the ones I like are the ones that have a net between you and the opposing team. I like volleyball.
I like playing lots of sports, actually.
Sure.
I like
Jasmine, I play volleyball.
Baseball.
We like to play
tennis. I play tennis. I'll play any of these games. I don't know how the games of American football.
Badminton's fun.
Badminton's fun.
I tend to like the ones where it's a one-on-one sport, though, when it's not a team sport.
I agree. I am not a team player, really. Right.
Like where it's all on me. If I fail, I fail. I don't have to carry or bring down a team.
True. I don't like to have to rely on other people, or vice versa.
So bowling is definitely in that category, unless you're on a team.
Yeah.
I was once on a bowling league, and I'm not good at bowling, so I brought the team down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
That's okay. We had a good time.
I've actually only played bowling maybe 20 times, but
So we have 66 people in the room, Jasmine.
Wow! Hey!
Yeah. So we really did not know what to expect.
I didn't know. If I had not been at Disney last night, when I saw Tiger Pixie's post, I probably would have changed the day because I didn't know it was the Super Bowl, but I'm just happy anybody showed up. I would be doing this either way. I would be working on this painting, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but so it doesn't really throw a monkey wrench into it, just kind of like, some people will come here.
As far as raffles today, we do have the 3 postcards.
Yeah, it's still at the Epcot Festival Art. So
the reason we're doing that is because Epcot is currently the art show is currently live.
So yeah, it is. People are there right now. Didn't we go to Disney for something once when it was a Super Bowl day and it was like not that crowded?
It was quite wonderful.
And we went to the movies
best place,
one time.
The most amazing place I ever went to was Gold's Gym. During the Super Bowl.
That was the most amazing place.
Well, yes, because no one was there.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. Especially a gym like that. Like a more serious gym like that. I bet all the people who are probably into football yeah. Huh.
All right. So, our raffles this evening.
I'll show these off. I've got
about an hour from now. We have Cruella.
As usual, once per hour. So we've got Cruella is the first one. And these are from Disney World. We bought them yesterday at Epcot. And they are official Disney artwork I have done for the Walt Disney Company. And we have Cruella de Vil. And these are the postcards. We call them prints sometimes. They are actually really nicely done prints. They're 5x7s and they fit into like the sort of 5x7 frames you would get somewhere. And Cruella will be first. And I will autograph these for you too. So if you can't make it to Disney, maybe you'll win one of these. Especially if not a lot of people are here. Your odds go up. And then Cruella and then Cinderella. Is that what it is?
Yes, Cinderella's next.
Cinderella.
Which would be 2 hours from now.
2 hours from now, Cinderella. You can only get these from Disney, so unless you.
So Leslie found both of your tents on Friday.
Yay! That is awesome. Is that the Leslie who's coming next weekend? I think I just talked to on Facebook.
Heavens to Betsy.
I don't know. I know a lot of Leslies, but if it is, then I'm.
Oh, and Kelly got her coloring book, which was a Twitch prize from. A couple weeks back.
Oh, okay. Good. I'm glad that came in the mail. Because some places...
be sure not to share with Ian.
Oh. You could pick one you don't like and can let him color that one. And then the third one is Tiana, Princess Tiana, who is one of the most popular ones so far. And she, I think, is the only one that Disney still has the original painting of available, too. So if you are at Epcot...
The original is gorgeous.
If you want to see the original paintings,
I love the canvases, but my gosh, the original is amazing.
The original is really cool, and obviously you don't have to buy it. You can go look at it for
Leslie
free.
Will be there on the 18th.
What's that?
Do you know if the Disney original sold? Hey, Melody, you can still get Tiana.
Tiana is... As of yesterday, again, it's been open all day, and I was just there until 8 o'clock last night. So Tiana was, or it was 8:30, but Tiana is still there. The original.
A little history on Tiana. One of the most requested. I think Merida might be second.
Merida's probably number 2. They're both on my list. And I did concept art for that.
Tiana has been the most requested princess that Jasmine has ever had, I think.
So I think I went all out on this one. I put ridiculous amounts of detail in all the background, and you can see Mama Odie's house up there and everything. So and she's one of my favorite ones I've ever done. Yeah, I think it's the swamp thing.
Which of the 3 new Disney paintings gave you the biggest challenge to paint?
The biggest challenge to paint was definitely Cinderella. The reason being is the staircase. When I paint, you guys see me paint, I don't do a whole lot of sketching or bring out a lot of rulers, and I don't use computers or anything, so it's like all by hand. And if you try to paint a staircase and stuff like really odd perspectives on geometric vanishing points and stuff, I was trying to make it look like the original artwork, and it ended up looking really good. I'm very proud of how it turned out, but that took me forever. That staircase probably took me as long as doing like 10 other paintings. It really took me like many, probably well over 100 hours. It was ridiculous, but it turned out really good, and it's probably the thing that people notice the least. And if I'd done it like on an iPad or something, I probably could have done it in 10 minutes, but I'm like, no, I'm painting this, and like holding it at different angles, and that was definitely the hardest. And then the sparkles that go around here, this is all done with acrylic paint and water on a piece of wood, so it was hard to make sparkles look like sparkles when you're doing it the old-fashioned way, but it turned out really cool, and somebody has bought her. So the original is gone, but we've got Disney has the prints and the canvases and the postcards, and then you might win a postcard here, and I will sign all of these.
Jasmine, was it a shag carpet stairway?
It's not really.
It was not it was probably more closer to the 1570s than the 1970s. So.
Well, to be fair, it is kind of based off of some of the background art that it wasn't. I don't think it was Mary Blair, but it was kind of. It wasn't quite the really cute mid-century sort of thing that like Sleeping Beauty would have had, but Cinderella's getting there. So it is definitely carpeted, but it still has kind of a classical Art Nouveau sort of feel.
Hey, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Can you address this for the room?
Oh, what's that?
Sassy Lynch is asking me about if you charge for autographs or not. Can you just quickly explain why you don't and why you wouldn't?
Oh, I don't charge for autographs because usually if you're getting something, you already bought something. It's not like I'm a person who is an actor. If I was an actor, then what else do? You charge for
use Patrick Stewart as an example.
Patrick Stewart. Okay, let's say you're at MegaCon and you're going to go see Patrick Stewart. He'll probably charge you for an autograph because you're not buying a product or a book or a painting from him. You're just asking for a piece of paper.
You're buying the experience.
You're buying the experience of meeting him. Me, I will sign anything for free as long as I can reach it with my hand. So if I can get an arm's reach of you, I will sign anything for free, including your arm or a piece of paper that you brought or your Disney ticket or your baby or whatever. I will sign anything. Because with me, you're actually buying a piece of artwork if you bought something. And that's, I'm not an actor. I'm actually selling books.
Right. Even though Jasmine pulls in long lines like maybe one of the celebrities, it's her art that is the.
They're there for the artwork. They're not for me. Right. So I would know. I would feel weird.
Right. So someone like Patrick Stewart or Robert Downey Jr. or something, they have photos of themselves because they don't really have anything else to sell.
Yeah. Sometimes they might.
So they have to sign something.
Yeah, they've got
to charge for something.
So, as far as conventions go, I'm sure Patrick Stewart. If you are, me and Matt saw him in a play not that long ago. We saw him in No Man's Land in London. If you were to see him in the street, he wouldn't like say, "Hey, give me $200 and I'll sign your piece of paper." I'm sure he'd sign it for free. But if you're at something like MegaCon and you're waiting online, that's why people like that charge money. And that's why I do not, because you are already buying something for me.
Well, thank you, Skytran, for the bits.
Yay! Thank you.
That's very sweet of you.
Did you hear the noise? Was it making the noise?
I wonder if Skytran knows a certain other person in the room.
I don't know. They might do. I know a few people who have a similar last name. So
Jasmine has even signed Pokemon cards.
I have. Yeah, I will sign.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but for Ricky, it makes sense.
Yes, exactly. I have signed all sorts of strange things. So.
Just as long as you know that Jasmine has never created a Pokemon.
I have never created a Pokemon.
And it was friend to friend.
Yes. No, it wasn't. Yes. I have not done artwork for Pokemon.
So now people in the room want you to be president.
Okay. All right. Would you vote for me? Would you vote for me, Maddie?
You have a lot of the same ideals as I do.
No, I hope so.
I would be a good president. The thing is, I don't know. You're not very practiced as a politician.
I am not.
I would have to. You need something under your belt. If you pulled a Senate, a governor.
What if it was state senate,
like a congressman thing under your belt?
No, I don't even want to run for the HOA thing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you did a congressman or a senator, or congressman is much easier, obviously, than senate.
No, I've the closest I've done is like manage a
the governor. For those in the UK, governor is basically the president of a state.
Yeah.
The senator. There's usually 2 per state.
Senators like Congress. It's like being an MP or something.
Yeah, it's still a very important position. A congressman, there are more of those.
But no, my God.
But if you could do something like that, or a mayor, I might back you.
Why do you think I wouldn't be able to handle that level of it?
What I'm saying is, it's not fair to anybody.
I've been a CEO for a company for a while.
It's not fair to anybody to not have a little bit of experience under their belt.
Well, you could say that about a lot of presidents, couldn't you?
I'm backing off from that one, but
even if they have been CEOs of companies,
to see if you'd even like that.
I don't think I would. No, I like to paint. I don't even like a lot of the business stuff I have to do now. I'm not going to do that.
Oh, Skytran is.
You can write me in.
Is Mimi's Thomas.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
guessed it.
So, let's see. Happy Sunday, everyone. Made the mistake of going to a grocery store a little bit ago. Oh my gosh.
No.
Forgot about the game today that I could care less about. Woo. Glad to be back home and watching Jasmine paint. My favorite part of the week.
Oh.
Yeah, I bet you all the tortilla chips are gone.
I know. I bet every sort of snacky food, and frozen mozzarella sticks or whatever, are probably all gone.
Oh, that's fun food though.
Even
that's a lot of fun food.
We done at the Whole Foods, and even the veggie hot dogs were run out, a lot of them. So it's not just that time of year.
So Gabriel went off to bed, and he's excited about the puffin.
Yay! He should be.
And Jasmine will know what it means.
I know what he means, and that will be coming up later for Gabriel and Matthew and Ricky.
The puffin. He's talking about asthma. Yep. So we're up to 87 viewers.
Okay,
it doesn't seem like
I'm impressed. I thought nobody would be here because of the day that we are. So that's not bad.
Right.
You guys are. I have the cool people in this room.
Yes. Well, people like their football.
No, that's fine. Actually, too, doesn't it? You were saying it didn't start until later anyway, so we might.
It does start in, I think, 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, gosh,
but there's a bunch of.
Well, barely. Do they do
but for the big fan, I'm sure there's a bunch of pre-football wackiness.
What is it? Not yard gating. I don't know what people.
Tailgating.
Yeah.
But that would only be for the people there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I really don't know about.
Hey, Kate Hartman. I did see the kid who would be king, and I will be recording my audio review. And
Matt
I will be I'll be actually giving that free to everyone.
Yeah.
So they can see what an audio review from me is like.
Yeah.
I will put the caveat out that there might be a swear word or two in there because that's how I roll.
Was it a kids movie though?
It is a kids movie, but my review may not have.
So.
Yes.
And you took your mom to it. It's not like you took your nephew or something.
Yes.
You took your mom, who is
I took my mom.
A child.
My mom loved it. I will say that it is way better than a lot of movies specifically for kids. I would say that adults could enjoy.
I know your mom liked it a lot.
So. She very much enjoyed it.
It also shows a lot of the places that we go to in England, and you said it showed Tintagel, where we're going to be in May.
Yes, it did. I don't want to give too much away.
Okay, I won't tell
because I
But who would think a King Arthur movie had nothing to do with Tintagel? Yeah.
And the tour.
Oh,
the tour is
it's not like he's buried in Glastonbury or not, but
yes,
whichever.
Well, there you go.
Anyways, I should probably talk about the painting I'm doing because
I bet Jasmine's signature is worth a lot of money. Individually, I don't know,
if it's
but
on something cool, maybe.
In total,
no, I could. No, I don't know. I'll sign again. I'll sign random business cards that people give me for no reason, just on the street. So I'm not real particular.
I think
maybe if I die,
to help with the audio review, seeing as you went with her, I might get a soundbite from her.
Yeah, you probably could. If you are you going to record that reunion or the other house or the one here?
I might record it at the other office.
Yeah. Oh, where your mom? Okay. Well, maybe you'll get her though. Maybe not. I want to show off the painting I'm working on real quick. If you don't mind me talking about it. Sorry for the noisy masking tape. This is the painting. Some of my Patreon people may have seen this when I was laying it out. And I'll tell you a little bit of history real quick. Jasmine history here. I don't know if anybody here has known my artwork long enough to remember this painting from 17 years ago. It's one I did for eBay way back in the day. It's called Absinthe Afternoon. And I've always liked this painting, and it's one of the first paintings I did that really sold for a significant amount of money, and it was kind of like, oh, okay, I can kind of do this for a job, and I need to hire assistants now. So it kind of was a landmark piece for me, and I think it was the first of our canvases to ever sell out also. And I like her a lot, but I was like, I'm much better painting now in my late 30s than I was in my late teens or early 20s. So I wanted to kind of take the same idea of this painting, so with a neat kind of green background and a nice little sort of absinthe sort of glass here with that pretty green, and make a more detailed, over-the-top kind of historical painting with a window, and I'll shut up here. I don't know how much you guys can see. I can't really see the screen. But with the character holding with an absinthe fountain. And I've only pretty much been working on the underpainting on the background. You can kind of see an idealized sort of Flemish landscape. Let's turn it into like a really realistic sort of overcast sky. If you look at my first one I did, and again, this is almost 20 years ago, I just kind of few swatches of the brush, which I actually kind of like. Looks like it's starting to rain, but not quite. I actually like that background a lot, but I'm doing a much more realistic
Jasmine.
one here. Yeah.
Kimmy has to go because she fell down the stairs.
Oh, golly. Well,
yeah, please take care of your knee.
Be wary of that. Yeah. Thank you for even popping in.
Please.
Okay.
Get any attention you need to.
Yes. That's important. You can always watch us on the archive later. We keep, for those who don't know, we keep the archives up at Twitch keeps them for 8 weeks or 4 weeks, I don't know. And then it goes to YouTube, Jasmine Becket, and then there's Kieran's World at YouTube, and he always takes the highlights of different episodes, compiles them, and makes compilation videos up there that you can always watch later. So if you really do want to go watch the footballing game, you can go do that and then watch this tomorrow.
Since you mentioned Kieran, I will go ahead and put his
put a link up there, because it's kind of like if you missed an episode and you want an overview of the exciting times when the cats came in or whatever, you can watch up there, and that's great. And I should address my own wound here. I don't know, I tried to pick ones that match my skin tone, but I have terrible skin that looks dead, so it's kind of very tan on me. But anyways, I suffered a really pretty severe burn, so I've kind of covered it all with tape and Neosporin, so hopefully I won't ruin a painting with it. But if my finger looks shiny, that's fine. I'm okay. I haven't gone to a doctor or anything, but I think it'll be fine. And it's mostly because I've been signing stuff at Disney, and I kind of, when I write, I hold a pen differently when I write or sketch or draw or embellish on something than I do when I'm painting. When I'm painting, I don't even really use that finger. I just kind of use these and maybe that part. But when I'm writing, I use that. I think it's part of not using the right. I think I was supposed to have been left-handed, but I used my right hand in school when I was a kid, so I kind of don't know what hand to use, and I don't hold things right. I can paint pictures though, but it kind of ruined my finger there for hopefully not more than another week, because I'm really tired of changing bandages.
Yeah, you're not fond of band-aids anyway.
Well, you guys watch me here at Twitch. You see, I paint a lot with my fingers, and I don't like having a bunch of stuff. I think I've got 8 bandages on this right now, and I don't like having that when I'm trying to do very fine details, and I hate doing it when I'm at a live event at Disney World and I'm smiling and signing things and people are taking close-ups of my hand. I'm like, oh god, I should do something about this. So there you go. It wasn't a very exciting story, but that's why I have it on.
So Shaylee says this is already a new favorite of hers.
Yay! Yeah, so far so good. I'm liking this one.
I hurt my hands like a million times a week.
Yeah,
it's usually doing manual
thing. Mine is mostly
stuffs.
Due to exhaustion and painting too much. But sometimes I also burn myself. I was cooking a vegan egg omelet. So nothing against vegan eggs, and it was for Matt too, who actually eats regular eggs.
That's why I'm not.
So
I feel kind of bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
But you continued, and then you made yourself a scramble.
And it didn't really even look bad. It looked like a huge blister for a while, and then it wasn't until a day or two later, after signing a lot of stuff and holding my pencil wrong as I do, that it really started oh gosh, is that a bone there? That looks horrible.
Hey, would you tell people about that yummy product?
Oh yeah, what is it called? Is it called?
It's
not just egg. It's really cool. No, don't pull out the package. That makes it. We already sound like an infomercial.
It sounds like a product placement.
Yeah, it's not. I can't even remember what it's called. It's a fake egg that they sell at the whole
signature valued, Kieran.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know about that.
That's things like that. You really can't tell until you know how long that person's going to live.
Yeah, so if Jasmine dies next year, we'll find out.
If something terrible happens, let's say this horrible finger injury gets infected or something and I die from it, then it will probably be worth even more. But Jesus. No, signatures, you don't know until somebody has at least lived long enough that you can see how many of their signatures are out there. And the rarer it is, the more it is probably worth. And I'm a person who signs everything, so it's probably... If it's on a product, like if it's on a print, that makes the print worth more. Or if it's on a pin, it makes the pin backing worth more. If it's on a canvas, it makes the canvas worth more. But my name on a piece of paper is probably worth not much more than the piece of paper, unless it has a picture on it. But it might change in the future.
Jasmine, is this going to be a piece for a show in the future?
It probably is. I started this without really
you need to start doing some Corey Helford for
do
years from now.
For 2020, but I don't know yet what I've asked Jan. Jan's been busy at the owner of the Corey Helford Gallery has been at the LA Art Fair. That's where I had my big porcelina sculpture last, who's been traveling around California. She hasn't gotten back to me yet, but it'll probably be autumn of 2020. But this piece is not for that. This I'm pretty sure is going to be for the Spectrum Fantastic Art Live Pavilion at Planet Comic Con in Kansas City. So the original will at least be there to be shown. So that is one that we are selling ourselves, or I'm selling myself. So you can, if you're interested in the original, it's not very far along yet. If you are, you can email me at jasminetoad@aol.com, or just contact me through my website. Make sure it's the Jasmine. Jasmine at strangeling.com works too. It goes to the same place. But this will be one that I'll have on display there. So it'll be alongside the devil painting I've been working on for a while that I had finished up. Oh, speaking of which, the person who had originally wanted to buy the original devil painting had a very sad family thing happen to them, so they are not going to be buying that. But they are, so the devil painting may still be available if you're interested. You don't have to be there in Kansas City. But if you would like to purchase it, you can email me at jasminetoad@aol.com too. So those are this one and that one I think are the only originals I have here right now. Yeah.
Wow, the devil painting's been one of your most requested.
I know. We've already almost sold out on the canvases and stuff for it. And it's not even coming out until, when is that? The end of March?
Whew.
Yeah, the 29th, 30th,
I might try to sock some money away. I love that one.
It's a pretty neat one, yeah. But yeah, it's one that isn't being sold by a gallery.
So Marlon Brando refused to sign autographs, and his autograph's worth a ton.
That's the thing, and I have artist friends that are like that, and I guess that's a strategy or something that you can just.
Are they your friends? I don't know.
Acquaintances, compatriots.
All my artist friends sign autographs.
There you go. All your friends
happy to.
Do. Yeah.
Usually.
No, I can't justify not doing it. If somebody's like, "Here's a pen, here's a piece of paper," I'm like, "Okay, I'll write my name on it. I don't care if my finger's horrible. I'll still write my name on it."
Well, I remember years ago, I forget who it was. Someone warned you from being too prolific because of the value of paintings. But then, as Jasmine and I frequented museums, particularly in Europe, we looked at one person. There are actually two people that I could mention.
Let's see. Is it Rubens or
Rubens
Turner?
and Delacroix.
I was going to say Turner.
Turner as well. Turner I found out later about, though.
He left 27,000 pieces to the country of England when he died. That's a lot of artwork. But still, what was it, year before last, he got one of the highest records at Christie's or Sotheby's for one of his paintings. I think it was $98 million. And it's like, he did 30,000 paintings, but they're still worth $100 million each. That's kind of amazing.
Right.
So that doesn't really... Yeah.
So prolificism, if that's a word.
If anything, that probably just gets your name out there more.
From
so I would
value as far as art goes.
As far as
signature goes, I don't know.
Yeah, that's something I haven't really thought about much, obviously. But no, I'll just sign stuff if people put it in front of me. When I can't sign things, if it's something like if you buy something from Amazon and it's not me who is selling it, there's no way I can sign it unless I fly to. If they're shipping out of New Jersey, I can't sign it because I'm here in Florida. I have to be within arm's length of it to sign it.
So people want to be your artist. Can Shaylee be your artist friend?
Yes. She, as far as I know, yeah.
Can Angela be your pottery artist friend?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Yes, I did say. Yes, my little sister Sarah told me like 3 days ago. Michael J. Fox will be there.
Where?
At MegaCon.
At MegaCon. Oh, not playing Comic-Con, but MegaCon. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's MegaCon.
Okay, that's cool. Well, gosh, he could be there for a lot of different movies. I could see people wanting. What's that?
Unless it's Planet. Oh yeah, he'll be at MegaCon.
Okay, well we were talking about Planet. I don't see what's on the. If you guys are talking about that on the TV or on the computer, I can't see it. I just hear whatever Matt says out loud. So, but right now I'm still. Again, other than the background, she is mostly in the sketching phase here. But I'll show you what I've kind of been working on the clouds off and on for the past day, and I'm really happy with how they turned out. It's kind of a combination of a. There's a painting I saw that I took a photo of at one of I think the National Gallery that I really liked the sky on, and then I combined it with a picture I had on my phone that I was looking at that I took myself in Missouri, and it's kind of based off of that. Even though it kind of looks blue and gray, I'm probably going to put kind of, and we might get this a bit later in the evening, put a green glaze over it. I talk about glazing a lot, and I probably don't use the word properly because I'm talking about acrylics, but when I say glazing, I mean mixing a little bit of paint with a lot of water and just kind of smudging it around everywhere. If you paint with oils, there's actually, and there probably is with acrylics, I just don't bother, there's like a glazing fluid you can mix with stuff and you can glaze over on top of things. So I'm going to kind of take green and put that over the background here.
So Saturn Mom loves watching you paint eyelashes.
Oh, I love eyelashes, so, and I love painting them. You have come to the right place.
You call it glazing, but that's for pottery.
Oh, that's true. Also, it's also when you put glass on things, right, Matt? When you like frame stuff.
Yes, if you're a picture framer, if you glaze something, it's simply putting glass
on it. Or if you're building a house and you put glass in it, or if you're working on cars, yes. I think. But the I wanted to
making something shiny.
Yeah, or putting glass on it, or making it kind of look like something clear is on top of it. The dress in this painting, and also kind of the pose, but not quite the pose, because I kind of made her look the other way and I moved her hands around. But this is a picture I took at Versailles when they were having a special exhibit of a whole bunch of paintings. And this is one of the pieces they have in their collection that is Marie, Queen Marie. She would have been Louis the 15th's wife. So she would have been like Marie Antoinette's grandmother-in-law, because she would have been Louis the 16th's grandma. She was from Poland originally, but she had a magnificent dress at any rate. And I like this picture because it also has kind of a curtain. So I'm kind of looking at a curtain like that and drawing it the other way. It has just kind of a generic blue, not very interesting background, but I like her dress, and she's got the sort of pose I wanted for this. So it's not going to be these same colors or necessarily the same pattern, but I like the sort of style. It's pre-rococo for sure, because it would have been 1703.
This was back in
I don't
the
know,
time,
maybe 1710.
There was a while where people loved to have very, very large
yeah.
bodies and tiny heads.
Tiny heads, yeah.
This woman probably was not shaped quite like that.
No, this is probably...
But it made her look important, and that was the thing.
Yeah. It's well, you even do that now. If you do men's portraits, they talk about how many head lengths you do with women. If you're doing official portraits, like if you're painting like a senator or something, you paint their head 1/10 the size of their body if it's a man, and 1/8 the size of their body if it's a female, I think.
Right.
But no, that's for like our version of royal portraits, but I don't, obviously. I do like 1/3 of their body is their head, so I'm not one to really look at that. But I really liked her dress, so I'm kind of...
Somebody said Beetlejuice.
Doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go. So I'm kind of using this sort of style of dress, but I've changed it quite a bit.
Jasmine, yes, so proportionately...
Yeah.
What, how big are your heads versus
That's
bodies?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at her, like, this is a similar
1/6?
pose, like with Tiana. It's hard to say. When it's a portrait piece, too, you don't really know where their feet are. I mean, who knows where her feet are? Maybe her feet are up there and she's, like, standing on a step stool or something. But
large
Tiana...
dresses, small bodies. No, it was a thing.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, but the thing is...
how would you even go... You'd have to go sideways through a doorway.
Stylistically, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I know. Visually, it's very interesting. I wouldn't wear that. I barely wear aprons. I just...
But it's neat that you can use that idea...
Yeah.
With your style.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very good example of something. Hey, I saw this lovely portrait of a character I know, and I'm like, oh, or character. She's a real person. I shouldn't say that. But And I'm kind of extrapolating that, combining it with my old painting from when I was teenager-ish, and kind of combining these two, and that's this painting here. This painting I did originally was called Absinthe Afternoon. I don't know if I'll probably use the word absinthe in it somewhere. Again, absinthe is like that weird green licorice sort of anise flavored
I bet
liquor that a lot of you guys have probably had. It's funny because like when I painted this one, you couldn't buy absinthe in America. It was illegal. So that was kind of funny, and I was like, oh, but now you can buy it at Disney World. So there you go. They have like at the Abracadabra even. I mean, they have an absinthe room at the Edison at Disney Springs. And it's like, 20 years ago, you could have not even owned that. It's hilarious. But that's how things work. Whatever. I just think it has pretty color, even though it tastes kind of like Jägermeister mixed with NyQuil.
Jasmine,
but yeah.
Would you put Beetlejuice as in your maybe top 50 favorite movies?
It's a really good movie. I might do. It'd be really hard, and I probably want to put a bunch of.
Probably my top 20.
It's
really influenced me.
I've probably seen it more than most movies I can think of. That's one that we had on VHS when we were children, so we watched it a lot.
What I will say about the movie is it is a very, very self-contained universe. They do a really good job of describing and creating a alternate reality.
They do.
In just an hour and a half.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
You already get a sense of how their afterlife works and what happens if you do this, what happens if you do that.
Right.
And it is.
There's also some mysteries, like what's the deal with Saturn and the sandworms?
That's the best part of it.
Is there a connection with Saturn and the dead?
Yeah.
It's very, very, very cool.
Yeah, it is a great movie. I love it a lot. The first time, let me think. What was I, 12 when I saw it the first time? I forget what year it came out. It had been out for a while before I saw it. I didn't see it at a movie. And that was the first time I ever dyed my hair black, because I saw Winona Ryder and I thought she was pretty great. So that's when I started dyeing my hair black.
Oh, yes, a very young Maddie did not care for Winona Ryder.
You didn't like her?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I was going to say, oh, shoot, you missed out. Okay.
No,
okay.
I liked her very much.
I did too, so that's why I started off blonde somehow, and then I started dyeing my hair black. And did it at my dad's house, and my mom, just when I went back to her house, she didn't care for it. I had to wash my hair like many times in a row until it went out. But now I'm a grown-up, so I can do it out. We were talking about earlier, Maddie. You can tell the people who are very grown up because they mention every 5 minutes they're a grown up.
Yeah.
Yep.
But very good film.
Mm-hmm. And I've been hearing for probably about 20 years that they're going to make a sequel. So that's exactly how much I believe that.
I really don't think they'll make a sequel.
I just think having done some things that are Tim Burton licensed, that the licensing behind it and all the different companies that are probably claiming rights to it would be insane. It'd be a mind F of a confusing sort of contract. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But right now, I'm still kind of sketching her face out. I wanted to do like a 3/4 view on her instead of. At first, I thought, I should just recreate this one and call it Absinthe Afternoon. And I was like, no, I still like this painting enough that I don't want to completely redo it. I'm just kind of revisiting the same sort of theme. So I'm kind of just, again, having a big green outdoor background, some sort of absinthe here, and a dark-haired lady in the middle, and a big curtain in the background. So I'm not putting her in the same pose. I'm not trying to. I've still got kind of a weird floating table, which goes back to a handful of other paintings that were done in France 130 years ago. And there's always like some sort of weird table that doesn't look connected to anything. So I'm trying to do that a little bit. And I did that in that one. So
yeah, even
some people will get the joke.
Versailles, I was still very, very impressed at the amount of original paintings that were there. Oh
yeah. Even if you go there when they're not doing like a special,
you could just go there for the paintings alone.
Yeah, you sure could.
Not just the grounds with the beautiful architecture.
Yeah.
But wow, what a place!
They got some restaurants too. They're pretty good.
Yes.
And they've got Hameau, the Marie Antoinette's little tiny faux Austrian village. It's like a tiny little
wonderful
Disneyland Fantasyland area that she built when she lived there to replicate like where she came from in Austria. So it's got like a little windmill and like a little petting zoo. And these are all things that were there when she was basically a teenager that she had replicated there, which is kind of neat.
Donnie Lagoon says it would be cool if Bill Murray just showed during this broadcast.
Sure, it would be.
Well, yeah, sure.
You never know where he'll turn up. No promises, but...
That would be bizarre.
He's a strange guy. His brother's an odd duck, too. So.
They're normal.
Yeah. Yeah, those are two normal people. Okay, so I'm starting to like... I've redrawn her face a few times. Again, originally I thought about making her face forward, and I don't know if... I've changed her face a bit since I think I showed the first look preview to the top Patreon people on Patreon, but I think I'm liking the way she's looking here.
Have you started the Luna Moth pin concept, Jasmine?
I have, but it is not at a point I really want to show it off yet. I will show you guys once I have it done. That will be the next Patreon pin, and I'm right now I'm trying to decide. If you remember the actual painting of Luna Moth, she's got the little triple moon that's kind of on her tummy, on her chest there, and with a crescent moon and a full moon in the middle. And in the painting, that part is kind of a warm glowing light, and the moths are kind of a bluish green glowing light. And I'm trying to decide now if I really want that part to glow in the dark, because those are the two main light sources in that painting. So I'm thinking about doing both in the same glow in the dark. Like the moths are glowing in the dark and the moons. But the moons are kind of warm in the painting. So I'm still kind of figuring that out in my head.
Jasmine, has Voodoo and Violet been finished?
Voodoo and Violet is finished, but she is not here. She is over at our other office location, so I can't show you yet, but she is finished and she's being scanned in, and we're making the molds on her. And she will be the March pin of the month.
I obviously know the answers to a lot of these
questions. I was going to say, you ask these questions like you don't know and you didn't like bring it in your car or something, but yeah. Yay. That is the one if you guys would like to catch up. If you look at, was that last week? My gosh.
It was.
We've
done a lot this week.
I've had a busy week.
Busy,
injurious week.
Yeah, and a week from yesterday, or a week.
That'd be a week from yesterday. Yeah.
We will be at I'm the opposite. We will be back in Epcot.
Back at Epcot at the
next Saturday
at the Wonderground tent.
Yes.
Not the Pop Gallery tent. Next time it'll be the Wonderground tent. They're very close together.
Here's the thing: if you accidentally stroll to the wrong tent. Both tents, either one, will be happy to redirect you.
Yes.
To the tent we
Cast
will be
members
showing.
are friendly people. That is their job, and they're very good at it.
Cast members or pop.
Or pop, yeah. Pop Gallery
they're
are
kind of
like cast members. Yeah, they're a third party, but they're at Disney, so.
It's true. I was a third party person when I worked at Rainforest Cafe at Disney Springs.
Oh my gosh, that was.
But it was downtown Disney then.
A decade and a half ago. Yeah. It wasn't Disney Marketplace.
Dimensions.
What was that?
I think Jasmine knows its exact dimensions.
This one, actually, you probably don't remember because you cut it a long time ago, but you cut this out of a larger panel. This is a 12 by 16. So it's 12 inches across this way, like around the top, and then vertically it is 16. And I have a really cool frame that is actually being cast now from an antique kind of Louis XV era frame. They have a mold from it, and they're
that will suit it well.
And since it is kind of based off the picture of his wife, I thought that would be the dresses, at least. I thought that would be really appropriate. So that's part of the reason I'm saving the actual painting to bring to the end of March when we get to Kansas City for the Planet Comic Con Spectrum show, is so I can get the cast of that frame ready so it will kind of match it. And then when I display her, she will be in all her glory, because I am a total picture frame history nerd, and that will suit her very well. So just picture a sort of Louis XV frame. If you don't know what I mean by that, if you just go to Google Images and type Louis, L-U-I-S, like Louis, we'd say in America, and XV or XVI. I think it's really a Louis XV frame, so it's a Louis XV,
yes,
like Roman numerals. Or just type 15, we can do that too. And type picture frame, and you will see the cool sort of frame I'm talking about.
Oh, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Rick's Accident says, hello from wet and mild San Jose. He described that as one might describe a whiskey.
A what?
A whiskey.
Oh, they're wet and mild.
What did you think about that whiskey? It was wet and mild.
Did people...
Much like San Jose.
As opposed to dry. Yeah. So, people say wines are dry sometimes if they're not sweet.
They do.
Yeah. Is that when it's the opposite of a sweet wine? You say it's a dry wine?
Not quite.
Oh, Matt knows about wine.
I know a little bit about wine, but I would never put it to the test nor argue with anyone because I don't know that much.
Yeah, because some people know a lot about it. Yes, I'm like, I know that. What's a red wine? That's a white wine. That's a pink one. I know that. I know a little bit more than that, but.
Yes, I have a few wine books.
Sparkly ones.
Including the wine book for dummies.
Wine book for dummies. I saw you looking. Well, you're working on a book that talks about that, so that it makes sense.
So I have to pretend like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I pretty much got. I'll probably start working on some other parts of the painting now. I might work on her eyes a bit. I haven't completely shaded her face in because I haven't completely decided where the light sources are. With a painting like this, you'd think, oh, there's a window, it's open. And like I was saying, that the one was called Absinthe Afternoon. I'm thinking about maybe calling this one Absinthe Evening, like it's a later chapter in it.
Love it.
Maybe that's not the sun, maybe it's the moon. I want it to be not really obvious what time of day it is, like it's some sort of place outside of time. So I'm going to put kind of a green glaze over the background. And I don't know what colors I'm going to put in her dress. Again, I want it to look like the dress of Queen Mary here, something like this with a lot of embroidery and a lot of intricacies. Also, too, actually I turned it sideways when I painted this, but if you look at the bottom part of the painting, when I drew her hand, I drew across a line here. So the bottom part of the painting, it looks like it's doubled up almost, but I'm going to make it like reflected in green liquid. If you know my Alice in Absinthe painting again, I've got kind of a series going. If you how part of it's underwater, this is going to be like that, but instead of showing the underwater bit, it's going to be reflective from the top bit. So I did not, and originally I was like, I'm going to do the front part and then copy the bottom part with carbon paper so it's exact. And I was like, I don't want it to be exact. I just turned it sideways like this, put a ruler down the middle and kind of drew it. So if you look at it really close, there are differences that are in the bottom part and then the top part, but I think that kind of makes it more surreal a little bit. Either that or it's an excuse for not having perfect recall. I don't know. But yeah, it should be pretty nifty when it's done. So for those who don't know, do I have it? Oh, I should have brought a picture. Do you have that tiny little bottle of absinthe we had in the counter? I was going to show people or is that an opaque bottle or is that a clear bottle?
I don't know where that is.
There used to be one over by the spices that you were saying. I was going to show people they didn't know the green I'm talking. It's kind of. The office. Oh, did you? That's some work at the office. Okay. You don't see it. You did. Oh, yeah. Again, that's not something I would drink on a regular basis, but it's a color that's kind of a. I don't think I have it. It's kind of the color that.
Uzo, Jägermeister.
Here, for example, this is a more kind of neon yellowy green version of it. But yeah. I don't know how well the colors show on Twitch, but it's kind of that kind of yellow green, and then when you put water in it, it turns cloudy. So I'm going to take that kind of. People will say, oh, it's the evil villain green that you use at Disney whenever there's some sort of magic potion you're not supposed to eat. It has that green kind of cloud to it. That is the sort of green that's going to be one of the primary lighting colors on this. So I've painted in a little absinthe fountain here, because if you're actually serving absinthe, and they do this at the Abracadabra at Disney, if you go there, they have an absinthe fountain with the, I've kind of made it look like a tureen or like a vase here, and it's got tiny little spigots off the side, and then I'll put a little glass there, and that will kind of tie together. I'll make that kind of glowing, and then that will tie together with the colors I'll eventually add up here. And so there'll be a reflected green coming from there, and then a background. One good example was
Alice in Absinthe.
What's that, love?
Alice in Absinthe.
The one I was talking about? I didn't hear the first words you said.
Alice in Absinthe.
I heard that part, yeah.
And I will pull up that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because that's one where I kind of made it, and that's why I think this one is kind of reflecting, like it's going to be a duplicate of what you see above, like the bottom 2 inches.
Years ago, I think.
Yeah, you made a frame for that one. That was really cool. But that one you kind of see under the water, and or under the green magic fluid, and it kind of, you see like the Cheshire Cat down there and weird stuff happening. This one's going to be like the whole room is filled up with water. And I've and after I put the green glaze, which I'll be doing shortly, of this, if you follow it, it kind of makes like the Chinese scrolls that you see that are a temple path painting, where you can follow it and you're like, oh, you start off here, you go around here, go around here, go around the corner, Eventually it would look as if it was coming down through the river and theoretically would be coming into this room. I'll put a windowsill there that so demarks it as a window, and then it's starting to fill up with water there. It's like if you had a whole bunch of rain and your house is starting to fill up with water, which happens sometimes. Okay.
10 minutes to raffle, guys. Oh, okay. So everyone that hasn't typed in exclamation raffle, please do.
I'm actually going to start doing some glazing background because once I do that, that will give me a better idea of how the reflected light source, when I put it down here on the actual fluid, is going to bounce back on her face. So I'm going to move this. If you can look, and maybe, I know it's a bit of a lag, Maddie, if you can look a bit and see if you can see the upper left corner of the painting.
I am seeing it.
You're seeing it? Like, if my hand's touching it, you can see it now?
I can't see the very tippy top, but okay, I think that I'm seeing what you want us to see.
Cool. Well, I've got a bunch of water here that's already a little bit green. I'm going to mix a few colors here. I tend to mix my own greens. I don't really, there's only like 1 or 2 green paints I buy because I like to make my own greens. Because the greens that you can buy that are ready-made for acrylics tend to be more plasticky, and I kind of like more organic, sort of verdant, if you will, greens. So I'm going to take...
Verdant, eh?
Verdant. I'm going to take some of the Hansa Yellow Medium, which is the yellow I typically use. I've got some Phthalo Turquoise. Turquoise Phthalo, they call it, if you get golden-plated acrylics. Which is already kind of able... It probably looks black almost, because it's very high pigmented. It's making a bubble too. You better not get all over my painting. I'm going to take that, mix it with the yellow, mix it with some water, and mix it with some white, and also some quinacridone, nickel, azo, gold. These names are terrible. They should have like ogre yellow or something, but anyways.
I'm gonna snatch some cashew.
Okay, babe. I'm going to mix these together. I'll try to show it on the, hold it at a funny angle here. Sorry if I'm a little bit slow with this hand today. It's a little awful. This is one of the only times I will use a brush this big. I don't know if I've ever used this brush here at Twitch unless I was like gessoing something maybe. This is a 1-inch flat brush, and the only thing I use it with is for gessoing and priming a panel, or for doing a glaze that I want to cover a large area, because it's not a very precise brush. It's like a big rectangle. Oh, we got cashews for me too. Thank you, sir. It's like a yeah, maybe it's a 3/4 inch, I'm not sure, but it's a big flat brush that is pretty big. I couldn't paint on a painting this size, like eyeballs with it, because it's the size of her eyeball, basically. And we got a bunch of water. And mix it kind of in the middle. There are already some blues and grays and stuff on here. Again, this is a Stay Wet palette, so basically it's a sponge with a piece of paper on it that I've stuck on top of a paper or plastic plate from Publix. I had to change plates finally because mine broke. I used that I think 200 times, the same plastic plate over and over again.
So Jasmine,
it broke, so I've got a new one. Yeah.
He just gave us 500 bits.
Yay! Thank you very much, Mimi. I'm gonna take a bunch of water. I'm kind of putting it in the well here before you get to the sponge. You can see the yellow. I'm mixing it there with more water. I can't have too much water, and I've got a hairdryer, so if it starts going all over, I can kind of force the water away by like blowing at it. I'm taking some of the Hansa Yellow Medium, bit of the Turquoise Phthalo, and some more yellow. Again, I always forget how, I always think of it being more as like a really vibrant green, but really it's more of a yellow green, especially once water is in it, so. A little bit more yellow. I'm gonna take some of the nickel azo gold, and then I'll stop it from looking like neon green. Since it's going to be kind of a pseudo-historical piece, I don't want to use any colors that you would not have seen really 300 years ago, unless I'm using it for effect, such as making something glow magically, which is what I will be doing when I do this one here. But for the background, I wanted to keep it kind of muted historical tones that you theoretically could have seen back then had it been an oil painting. Since they had to use natural pigments then, because they didn't have a lot of synthetic pigments, being 300 years ago, they had a much more limited number of colors that you could make. So if you see me like painting off to the side, that's me trying to get some of the excess water off the brush. Here I've got a little bit of the paint on the brush, but it's still mostly dry. And I've got a lot of water mixed with the paint. So at the very end of the brush, you can see it's very kind of wet. And that is very wet acrylic paint mixed with mostly water. There's like probably 1 drop of paint to 100 parts water. And I'm going to start going over the background here. I'm going to start down here I don't know how well this shows up. And this is kind of the fun part. This is probably akin to the folks who do the grayscale painting or the grayscale coloring pages. Like on, if you get grayscale, I have them on my Patreon. Like it's kind of like a black and white photo of my paintings, and people color them with watercolors. You can kind of go on top of it because the shading is already being there. And this is me just kind of putting it on top. So you can still see, and again, I'm painting with my finger a lot too, because that's just what I do. That stops there from being weird brush strokes or anywhere the water's starting to pool. Show you up close here in a second. If you look at the part at the bottom, you can see that looks way more green all of a sudden. The top is still very natural looking, but it looks very green down there. As does my fingers. Probably at some point I will stop if I'm working at flush tones. I will be very verdant then. But
what's your favorite color, Jasmine?
Green. Yeah, I like green. Especially very natural looking greens. So I'm just kind of doing a lot of finger painting at this point. I'm using the brush to kind of, I'm even using my my desk here a little bit as a palette, which is probably very messy of me, but there you go. And I'm just kind of putting the paint up there, not really caring about where it goes. Since it is acrylic, so if it goes somewhere I don't like, I can paint over it later. Ah, that is looking nice. When it goes over the yellow of the clouds that I had painted in before.
Oh, people are loving what you're doing right now.
Yeah, see, I'll show you. Like now if you look at the clouds, I don't know how well
and all those years in finger painting that we all did as children.
Exactly.
You realize that
you could have totally done this. But yeah, this is that's looking pretty sweet. I'm digging this. I might do another layer at the
Jasmine,
bottom. Yeah.
I don't like you when you're angry.
Yes.
I don't want to get you angry.
She-Hulk, but not quite.
She-Hulk is kind of amazing.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm not really very She-Hulk, except I'm very green. So.
If you were all in green, it'd be pretty cute.
I agree. And that's something you could do, like instead of dyeing your hair, maybe I'd do that, but it sounds probably carcinogenous.
Hey, Jasmine, yeah. Every Christmas, is there a certain toy that I play with? Every Christmas at your dad's house?
Probably.
That Hulk.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh my gosh, he's not run out of batteries.
He hasn't. That's kind of amazing. Unless they're humoring you and they put new batteries every Christmas because they know you're coming.
That thing must be 10 years old.
It is, and the batteries still work. Okay. Now, since I wanted, this is going to be a curtain up here, like coming up from this side. But, so it's going to show part of the landscape I painted in on this side over here. So I've taken some of that green, and I'm not worrying if I go over here, because if that is either a sun or moon, again, if I call it evening, then I guess it would maybe be the moon, because I don't think it's low enough for sunset yet. But there's kind of a gradient of tone that's coming up from the middle part of my idealized Flemish landscape here. So when the green comes out, it's going to kind of go out around here, and eventually it's going to be over. I'll just put some on here as kind of a shorthand to myself. Say, hey, Jasmine, remember this is going to be green here too. So when I'm working on where the reflective colors of things are going to be, I'm going to make sure to make that like super green. I will make this way more green than the green that's in the background, because that is more of a light source that will be from the front. Also, too, now that I was talking about how this part wants to look underwater. Oh, let's do the drawing real quick, and then I will talk about that. Yeah. Oh, was that your phone alarm going off?
I will not hit snooze.
No, don't hit
All right, let's pick the first lucky winner.
Warm out, so I've got my giant ice
First lucky winner of Twitch tonight. Let's see.
Gentlemen, when I pick up the postcard, I'll do it in my right hand because I'm very green painty on this hand. It's probably in my eye and in my hair too. And this one's for Corella?
It is Human and Such and 21.
All right. Congratulations to Humans and Such. You've won a Corella, and I will sign her for you.
And I'll put this little blurb.
Yeah, because we need you to contact us, because otherwise we don't know
Cruella.
Who you are. And you've got Corella, and she was purchased at Disney World
and I'm
yesterday.
Pretty sure Human and Such and 21's in the room, because
yay!
I was just chatting with them about
yay! Well, they can
things.
Email us then, and email us at jasminetoad@AOL.com. And
you'll see the instructions.
Yeah, now we'll post the instructions.
Actually, it'll probably be more than just a second since I'm off by...
In a few minutes or something.
Well, it's I think we're off by 15 seconds or something.
Oh, are we? I'm sorry. I don't know what we're off by.
Oh, it's human dachshund.
Oh, okay.
It's not human and such.
Dachshund.
It's human dachshund. 21.
Sprichst du Deutsch, Maddie?
Dachshund.
Ist a Hund.
I don't know.
Mein kleiner Hund. Der lange Hund. I'm going to take some of that same green and start putting that at the bottom here. So hopefully I've moved her up that you can see her on the TV here. And I'm just going to start, again, I will be probably doing a lot more shading and rendering and also having only some of this reflecting. I don't want it to look like perfectly still water. Only parts of this will actually be shown in the final painting. That's just me kind of nerding out to make sure if you see any of it through there, then it will be something that matches the top. I'm taking some of that green, mixing it. I need some more water. My water is all green now. Oh well. Now I'm using my my easel.
Jasmine, are you drinking green water again?
No, I'm
Jasmine?
not. I will drink water if I want, and I will drink green water if I want.
You are not allowed to drink any more green water.
Oh. No, I wouldn't do that when I'm, especially at the stage of a painting. I'm not gonna get absinthe. I'm sorry. Again, it's not my favorite, but it's very pretty. So
drink all the green water you want.
So I'm kind of washing over my sketch that I've done here. This isn't a pencil sketch. This is a sketch I've done with my little tiny script liner brush. Where is he? This is a solid wood-handled one because I've been phasing out the soft grip ones, which is driving me crazy. Matt's heard me yell about it probably for hours.
Well, who? Huh?
They're phasing out the soft grip script liner size 0 brushes.
Yes, I
am trying
I need
to buy
tickets out
all
of the country.
SG595-0. If you have one, I will buy them at any cost.
Tickets out of the country.
And you know what? You'll think you're going to get one, and they'll send you an SG5850, and they will send those instead, like it's the same thing, and it isn't. Those are like 2 inches long. They're horrible. It's like painting at the end of a ruler or something. It's awful. They're big and wiggly. So this is kind of the same brush I always use. Again, these are animal friendly. They're fake Taklon, golden Taklon here. They're a very skinny little brush, and I use them to sketch with. It's less messy than pencil, and you can wipe it away without having to use a horrible eraser. I do sometimes do stuff in pencil. I think I did when I did my pin design last week. I forget what all I showed, but I had and one of the cats got my eraser. Yeah, Maddie? I had one of those gummy erasers when I was sketching, and one of the cats got it, and it's like filled with tiny teeth holes and bits of cat hair, and I think part of a piece of cat food. It's horrible. I can't use it now. So I'm sketching currently with my paintbrush. So that's what I've been doing for the past day or two, other than the Disney event. So if you see now, I'll show this a bit closer so you can see where this is going. Again, it might look like there's just like a strip of clear green that is going across the bottom here. And that's the same green that I've used just as a note for myself that I want to make this kind of a glowy green over here. And then the background is looking pretty good. I really like how the sun is, or the moon, or you don't know. And I won't know until I title it and I decide what time of day it is. But that's looking pretty green, but still yellow. And it's still got kind of the hazy blue that you see in like old Flemish paintings or even old Renaissance era Italian paintings when you see weird backgrounds of strange cliffs that don't seem to exist anywhere, let alone Europe, but it's okay. They're very pretty.
There are cliffs everywhere.
Yeah, but think about like the background of like, I don't know, Madonna of the Rocks, like the
Da Vinci
painting. Yeah, think of those. You know what I mean? The kind of blued out Flemish / Italian / Netherlands.
Those are idealized, though.
They are. Mine is even more idealized. But yes, they are. But there isn't a place that I've been anywhere. I mean, the closest thing I've seen to that is something like Ha Long Bay in Asia, maybe, or like in Utah. Yeah, that's always Flemish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's an idea. Who the heck even knows if that place exists?
That's what I mean. But you see it in paintings from 400 or 500, 600 years ago. It looks kind of like if you were to go to Utah, like through Monument Valley, and were to take those sort of sandstone sculpture, sort of naturally created things, but make them verdant with lush foliage and water on them. Or something a little bit like how when we're in Ha Long Bay in Vietnam, yeah?
Yes.
that was kind of one, or along the Yellow River in China, where you see.
How Long Bay is one of those places. It's like, whoa.
It's like, oh, this looks like somebody sculpted it, and you're making a neat little terrarium for your pets at home. This doesn't look like a real place. This is like out of a video game. But, anyways, that kind of reminds me of those sort of landscapes. Patinir, Patinir. We did some beautiful, beautiful background Flemish landscapes that usually have got like, some saint or another in front of them, but the backgrounds are really what I like to look at. Okay, so then this is more than actually this part being in the final piece. This is a reminder to myself, like, hey, under this line, that's about 2 inches or so, is going to be underwater, or under absinthe in this case, and above that is going to be a reflection of that. And that will be the green, and I'm digging the background. I don't know if there's anything. I might change something at the end. I might actually end up taking some yellow and some white and like kicking up the contrast a bit on the top. But that will depend on how much of a light source I end up making the actual fluid. Do I want to make it look radioactive? Do I want to make it look like it just got like a light bulb in it and it's like a Halloween party? I don't know what I want yet. So I'm going to play with that a bit, and I'll probably work on that a bit when we're here. A lot of it won't be with what I paint in the actual little glass here. It will be more of how the things around it, like her dress, her hair, the curtain. I've got a bit of a column up there, and I stole the pillow out of this one too, didn't I? Yeah, the pillow from the.
Stealing pillows again?
I still
can't even go to Walmart.
I can't. Oh. But yeah, the pillow like this, it has the lovely fleur-de-lis on it. That was in this painting. I've kind of reimagined that and put that there too, to make it kind of fancier than in my first painting again. If anybody's just joining us, this is the one I did 17, 18 years ago, Absinthe Afternoon, so we're going with that theme, but making it more of a royal portrait sort of thing.
Yeah, I would say that there are a few more details in the current one versus the older.
Yeah, well, this one will probably take me 100 hours to paint, and that one I did in a day, so that's, it's not like I am definitely better at painting now, but it's more of, I like to spend more time on one painting instead of doing one painting a day, which I did for probably 10 years. I did one painting a day for a long time, and that's kind of rough. I'd rather put more detail in one painting and make it more interesting and get better at painting while I'm working on it, because that's always ultimately my goal, is to challenge myself. So instead of just lazing out and doing one very simple piece a day. Not that that's lazy. That's actually, I've known a few people who do that. And there are some fun Instagrams. You're like, one still life a day, and they'll do like, I'm painting fruit all day, and they'll just change it the next day, and that's a good way to challenge yourself in a way. I'm gonna do another layer here. I'm gonna put a bit more water in it, and then I'm gonna bust out my hairdryer. It's gotten very wet and green and slimy here. Ah, my gosh. All over my horrible bandages, too. This is
Everyone's saying hi to Pam.
To who?
Everyone's saying hi to Pam.
Oh, that's good. Hi,
Pam.
Yeah, this is awesome. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take this point, too, to take some of that same green I've got here. And put it on her eyes, so I don't just go insane and forget that I wanted her to have green eyes. That is one part of the first painting I did, the original version I did, Absinthe Afternoon, to make it green. Yeah.
We're at 96 viewers.
Oh,
I don't think the Super Bowl, at least at this point in time, has really affected our viewership.
Oh wait, I didn't really beat the Super Bowl. But
no.
I avoided the impact.
If you beat the Super Bowl, I'm terrified. I don't know.
That would be scary. I don't even know how many people watch something like that. It'd be nuts.
Have you seen the Draw in My Style challenge on Instagram, Jasmine?
Draw in My Style no.
I don't know if Jasmine would have.
That would probably make me grumpy if somebody did that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd like that. I have not. To be honest, I only use Instagram to put my stuff up there, and then I have like a handful of family members, like 3 friends, and also their cats.
On Instagram.
Otherwise, I'd be on Instagram all day. I think I follow 29. Actually, I follow like 25 people and 5 cats up on Instagram. I don't really use it for much. I assume that's
an artist puts up their style and you try.
Or is it like is it like historical things? Like is it like paint like Bruegel or something, and you do a Bruegel, or I don't know. That sounds kind of fun. Usually when I'm doing, since this is my job, I usually have like a weird schedule of paintings.
So Luke Jacobo says painting is greater than football.
You are right. And you are right because you come from a very clever family. Painting. You know, I have not seen a lot of football stuff from like 800 years ago, but I've seen a lot of paintings from 800 years ago. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I'll leave it at that. So. We'll see what people care about 800 years from now.
I don't know. I like watching the funny 1920 helmety weird freaks that used to play football in America run around extra fast. Doesn't match up to our reel-to-reel speed.
Yeah.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah, sports have changed over the years, and they're different in every country too. Yeah, I like Harold.
Put funny music to it; it's hilarious.
Yeah, I start turning into Benny Hill after a while.
Okay, so it's you pick an artist. This is the Instagram thing. You pick an artist picture they've volunteered to do in your own style, or you put up one of yours for people to do in their own style.
Oh wow, yeah, that doesn't seem like something I'd probably have time for.
Yes.
No, I usually, again, this is kind of my job, so it's not something I can just spend a day working on something else.
The paint in your style, this would be like Jasmine saying, here is this painting, now you draw it the way you draw.
Oh. I don't know too about the difference between drawing and painting. They're not really the same.
Tigger says I would choose meeting Jasmine over Tom Brady. You've met us like a few times, Tigger.
Aww.
That's so sweet.
That's very sweet. Tom Brady, isn't he the one who's got the
Tigger just won 5 points.
Terminal in Los Angeles, or is the International Airport Terminal? Isn't that Tom Brady?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I know him from. The best.
I usually watch musicals all day on Super Bowl Sunday.
LAX. Yeah.
Hey, good for you, Mountain Poppy.
Yeah. I'm mostly going by the restaurants. The terminals are all nice. Actually, I have some friends who work at LAX.
Some musicals are my favorite things ever.
Yeah, you know, I'm particular about musicals, but when I like them, I really like them.
You know, and also seeing one live is way different than just listening to a soundtrack or something.
As far as movies, though, it's probably because I was paying the Absinthe here. I really like Moulin Rouge. I'd like to see that one again, love.
Oh yeah, that was
excellent. I loved that, and I'm not usually a person who goes for musicals, but I love that movie.
Had that one actress in it. What's her name?
What's her name, Maddie?
Gosh, I don't know.
Does she have red hair?
She's ugly.
Sorry.
That ugly actress.
That ugly actress with the red hair. Yeah.
Ugh.
Sorry.
Oh, Shaylee says, I have a cat story for Jasmine.
Oh, that sounds good.
I was cleaning by my back door today and looked up to see a gorgeous little kitty had stepped into my house like it was no big deal. We became friends, and he followed me around for a bit. His name is Parrish, I think.
Aww.
His name, okay, the last bit, his name is Parrish, I think.
That's lovely.
Is very Neil Gaiman.
Maybe it's very Sheely. I don't know.
Maybe it's very Sheely. Yeah. Maybe it's very British.
Yeah. Oh, that could be.
The way...
I think you're right, though. That sounds like it'd probably be his name.
It would have to be.
That's adorable.
I know that it's Nicole Kidman, guys. It's kind of a joke.
Yeah, Matt's making a joke because he likes Nicole Kidman.
I think she's kind of a little bit cute. Yeah, I'm not sure.
She's a little bit cute. Yeah.
A little bit cute.
That's fine. I'm not jealous.
I bailed on my fantasy football league the whole season to watch Twitch broadcasts.
Yes! See? This is great. Fantasy art versus fantasy football. So I've taken some of that same green that I've been using.
We are at 106 viewers.
Oh, hey! Alright. You guys are awesome. I'm proud of every one of you for taking the high road here. Let's see. So yeah, I've taken some of that same green, and I've also put a little bit of red around her eyes because I want to remind myself that I don't want it to just green out completely. I don't want it to look like she's got holes in her head and you're just seeing the sky behind her. I want it to make sure that it's it looks like its own sort of marble agate sort of thing happening in her eyes. But yeah, now she's kind of looking Haunted Mansion-y. Oh, we have some wonderful kitties who have been coming in our yard, Shaylee, but we haven't let them in our house because our kitties are...
We've got one Mrs. Hissy Cat. We found out.
Yeah, she was up a tree the other day, and I kind of looked up. I'm like, oh, you're a her, not a him.
She was on top of the.
She was on top of our. We have a gazebo thing in our yard, and she's like on top of there, hissing at us. Yes.
All I could do was laugh.
I'm not afraid like of this that cat. Big. It's a wild kitty in our yard. Not one of our main kitties inside. We have a plethora of outdoor kitties that I like to help out, kind of in the backyard. But she's a honey, but all she does is hiss at us, and it's hilarious. But we don't let her in. What about Bianco? Shaylee, is he well kept in a cage if kitties come in? Because that's what I would worry about if I had a birdie inside.
That's what I would say. If I had a birdie household, cats are gone.
Yeah, I would
have
worry.
A kitty household. Sorry, birdies, you can't come in.
I know people who have successfully had cats and birds at the same time.
I can't do it.
But not with our specific
We have
cats.
horrible cats.
Our cats specifically
Our cats would eat them.
hate birds more than anything. I don't know what's wrong with them. All they do is wait for birds to come by,
yes.
and they stay inside. They've never gotten a birdie that I've ever seen because they stay indoors and the birdies stay outside. But they will bonk their head on the glass to try to get a bird through the window, and I would be afraid.
I can't have a Planet Earth hunting scene in my house.
Yeah, I know. It's fine for a documentary. It's fine on safari, but not in my house. Yeah. Take a little bit of pink and yellow and draw where I want her tear ducts to be too, because I haven't really outlined where her inner eyelid and her tear duct are gonna be. So I'm gonna make some of that same green, but put some pink in it, so it kind of looks like the inside of my eye looks like kind of.
Okay, so Shayla says, haha, yes, that's such a good point. As soon as I saw the cat, I told him it was a birdhouse.
Yes, there you go.
And he didn't seem to mind. My birdies were safely in their cage upstairs.
That's good. Yay.
I had a cat who would sit at the window and chirp at the birds. Yes,
that's real.
Scientists still do not realize what that chitter means.
Yes, but they
we're
say
still trying to figure it out.
Birds and moths.
Not that I'm a scientist.
Moths and birds are the only. It's things that fly. Cats are, and they kind of look at it and they'll talk to him a bit, and they do it to things that fly, but not so much to, squirrels or anything. It kind of.
Our cats run away from the parrot when he squawks.
Oh, okay. Well, parrots can probably hold their own. I'm sure.
Together, and it's as
domestic as they're not talking about wild birds and wild cats. Yeah.
Cats can't truly be domestic, but as domestic as a cat can be if they grew up together. They can have a relationship with a parrot or a bird that can kind of protect itself.
People have budgies and they'll be friends.
But a kitty from outside is not going to.
Our outside kitties are not going to be friends with outdoor birdies. I'll say that. But no, parrots are tough little guys. They will get people. Remember we saw that
there was a parrot that
Forensic Files.
Yes,
or
Forensic Files. The parrot did its best to protect the owner.
Yeah, it tried to protect the owner and got some of the DNA from the intruder under his claws.
Unfortunately, the parrot had...
The guy smushed the parrot, but they were able to get the DNA from his claws, and that's how they solved the case. So it's not just a story, it's a true story. Yeah. But no, parrots are very tough. Parrots are very smart, and they're also not mean. They just don't have the same agenda that a lot of other pet type
parrots
birds
tend
have.
to like few people.
Yeah, they'll make friends with a couple people and they'll hate everybody else. This is just my experience of parrots. Not all parrots are probably like that, but they'll oh, they like my grandma, but they hate my dad. It's whatever.
So how long does a painting take, Jasmine?
Depends on the painting. Like I was saying, the first one, this is the one that was from a couple decades back here, the Absinthe Afternoon. That's back when I used to try to do one painting a day. Paintings like this are far, far more complicated, and also my days are more split up doing other stuff, like doing signings at Disney or working on projects or doing emails and business stuff. So I tend to look at things in hours. Something like this will probably take me around... This is a complicated one. Why did I make her dress so crazy? This will probably take I don't know, maybe 90 hours, 120 hours. So, but I do try to paint at least 10, sometimes 18, sometimes 24 hours in a day. So depends what I'm up to. But I'm gonna let me get my hairdryer out. Actually, that's what I need to do. Sorry if this is noisy, folks. But apron's being bad today.
So Shaylee says Viago has a favorite person, has favorite people.
Aww.
Though he's a traitor if you have a pecan or a piece of orange.
Oh, so he's a sellout really easily. That's okay. Pecans are good. There we go. That is actually fairly dry now. If I wanted to, I won't yet. I'll wait till I'm finished more with the painting. But like I said, I might put a little bit of white and yellow up here to really make that kind of pop out. Now that I put the same sort of green glaze. This is just, I guess it's 2 glazes total of just a little bit of paint and a lot of water. Mostly yellow, turquoise, and quinacridone, nickel, azo, gold mixed together, like a tiniest drop of each of those. I kind of blended it up here on my easel and also on my apron, but that's looking pretty good. And I've put a little bit of green in her eyes and a little bit of green over here. And I am going to wash some of this green off my hands. I will be right back if Matt wants to talk about something interesting, or I guess he's probably typing all along anyway, so he's probably...
Yeah, I'm chatting and...
It's easy for me to forget that everybody's, like, typing on a computer. It's not just me talking to myself here. What's that, look?
We're chatting about monkeys.
Oh, okay, see? Or, rather. I will be back in a moment or two in this bathroom and get this green off my hands, and I'll start working on a different part of the painting.
Oh, maybe you can snatch her. What is a typical day like for you? Well, it depends on the day. Like, today is not a typical day. Because we know we have Twitch. So we have to know what we need to get ready for Twitch, and I have to set up all the microphones and everything like that. So every day is a little bit different. Often we're getting ready for a convention. So sometimes that requires Jasmine to embellish stacks and stacks of canvas. But I would say a normal day is usually Jasmine is working. She's painting, and I am processing orders and answering emails. And it is not as interesting as you might think. I promise you, it is not like a it's not like a fantasy job. A lot of people think it would be. It's a lot of work. We have to constantly worry about people that work under us, making sure that we budget enough to pay everyone. We do our own stuff. Since we work at home, it's very, very difficult to do. We don't have a boss that directs us. People don't just send us a paycheck. We don't get a paycheck every Friday. You know, it's very, very different than a typical job. So I don't know. Typical day. I don't think we have a normal day every day. Every day's a little different. Two cats and a blue Indian ring-necked parakeet. Ooh, not as big as a parrot, but still has a sharp beak. Sounds nice. Ring-necked parakeet. Are they actually from India? And yeah, working at home, you have like 1,000 jobs. You don't just do one thing. Like, you might have some people are a cashier, and that's like the only thing they do. They do it for 8 hours, and they're a cashier, and they leave. I'll have a gazillion things, and like, for example, in a few days, I'll have to sort all the pin things for Patreon and figure all that out and make sure that everyone who's in the Patreon tier and the pin tier, you know, gets their pins correctly. And that's just one chunk of the month. So every day is different. Thing is, even late at night, I'm still working. So there's always something to do. The work is never finished. You don't clock out. I hope that kind of answers your question a little bit. Jasmine, there's really not a clock out time for us, right? Jasmine, have you heard of a blue Indian ring-necked parakeet? A blue Indian ring-necked parakeet?
Oh, the bird?
Yeah.
You know, I have, because somebody asked if I'd ever painted. I wonder if it's the same.
Apparently they're pests in India.
Oh, well,
like
that's
pigeons.
Not them. Somebody had one as a pet.
Well, Ian has one as a pet.
Oh, well, maybe I talked to him about that. I talked to somebody about them. I have heard about them. They have too many of them because they take the same Himalayan green parrots that they have at like Hyde Park in London.
Yeah.
They have the same habitat.
Gotcha. It's amazing how much you balance interaction with clients. Ugh, I can't use that word. As well as the workload for artistry. It's so great of you. The thing is, that's part of the job. That's just part of the job.
You know, when I hear the the word clients, I think about like companies that hire me to do boring stuff. I don't think about people like Twitch.
We'll take it back a few years. Jasmine and I have both worked for Disney.
Oh gosh,
even though we kind of have our own spin on the business here, we can be jokey and stuff, but we have to be friendly, and we have a certain level of customer service.
Yeah, when you say like a long time, we mean like 15, 20 odd years ago. Matt used to work as a cast member.
We're surrounded by Disney all the time.
I do a lot of work. Disney would be a client of mine, for example. You guys aren't clients.
That would be
Disney's a client.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I would say. But,
right. But we would call you guys. I think patron is the best word.
Patron is good.
That makes
it sound like
fan.
It's Patreon specific. No, it's not fan, because a lot of you guys I've known for years and we're friends and stuff. So that's not really. It feels rude to call somebody a fan when you like are friends with their kids and stuff. You know, it feels odd. I don't like saying that, but yeah, or people who like my artwork.
Appreciators
of the art. Yeah. Or collectors, or
we're great at answering Facebook posts, spending time at appearances.
That is a big part of my day, really. When I'm here doing things, like for example, I went up and I washed my hands, but
I don't think we know any different.
But what's that?
I don't think we know any different. That's what I'm saying.
No, I couldn't. It would bother me if somebody had a question and I knew it was there. Again, sometimes I'm painting a lot, and I check my phone every once in a while. And when paint's drying, like I just did now, I would look at my phone and think, "Oh, look, somebody has a question. I'm going to tell them where this print is, or how they can get Princess Diana, etc." It would bother me if I knew that question was there and nobody talked to them, because they took the time to write that.
But I will say that sometimes another a patron or appreciator intervenes and answers it too.
That's true. That happens a lot up at the pin group. That kind of runs itself in a way, because a lot of the people at the pin group on Facebook,
interesting in that
the Strangeling pins, because a lot of the people there might even remember something more than I do. So that's when it kind of takes on a life of its own, and that is awesome, and that is great. Or people who are the Disney fans, if somebody posts, they're like, "Hey, where can I get Cruella?" Sometimes somebody who already knows my artwork well will hop in and say, "You can get it at the Wonderground tent at the Epcot Festival," and just kind of answer. I'm like, "Oh, thank you. That was great." As long as it was correct information. Not everybody knows, but I don't know. I'm putting a little bit of that turquoise. This is just straight turquoise. I'm putting it over on the top part of her iris here. So I remember to, when I'm working on this later, keep that part shadowed. Since she has very sort of extravagant, heavy upper eyelashes, I want to make sure the top part of her iris shows the shadow of her eyelashes. So it's darker at the top than at the bottom. And that will make it look more three-dimensional and kind of more glazed in the true sense of the word. She has very pretty eyes. Yeah, so far so good.
And,
again,
and also the painting
here.
too.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Her eyes are all absolutely glowing, lovely colors, says Shaylee.
So far so good. Thank you, Shaylee. Let me think. And this is when I'm going to start to make some decisions about what colors. I'm going to make some other things in the background. And I'm looking at my old painting that I'm kind of referencing. I've got kind of a burgundy that's up there, which is sort of the complementary color to that sort of... I've got like a light yellow green. The opposite of that is kind of a purpley dark red wine color. That's in this painting, my old painting. This is just a printout. I sold her 18 years ago, but this is kind of a burgundy red color in the background. So I might try to keep that sort of tone to make a complement to the bright super green. That will also make the green look more glowy and stand out a bit more, and it will make the burgundy kind of rust red, that will look even more rich, like a deeper tone, since they are complements of each other. This picture here that I was using as a guide for the dress, sort of, and also the sort of idea of having a window. That's the sort of thing people did for hundreds of years. It's like, here, I have a window that shows the idealized sort of background, and you've got a big curtain in the background. I think it's probably something easy that people.
But Jasmine, don't you want to go out there and have a picnic right now?
I would love to go out there and have a picnic.
What? I'm going to change the subject a little bit. What would we bring to the picnic? Bottle of wine.
This isn't the game where you start off with the alphabet and you have to say so and so brought. Okay.
Just thinking some. You know what? I'd be satisfied with the typical French bottle of wine, some cheese and bread.
Cheeses and bread, some grapes, something, raisins, walnuts. Walnuts are good.
Yes, maybe.
You eat a lot of protein-packed small things like that. So, that'd be good.
A blanket.
Blanket would be good.
Travel Scrabble.
Travel Scrabble is a good
Jasmine
one.
and I both love Scrabble.
I like word games a lot.
If you guys are playing Scrabble against me and Jasmine,
you're gonna
I hope you're good. I hope you're good.
Yeah, I am a Scrabble person.
Oh, Jasmine,
there's a good documentary about that. Yeah.
Do you know about any appearances?
Yeah.
Tigger's asking.
Yeah.
And she frequents our events. She's local.
We've seen them many times.
Yeah. So, do you know about any of your Pop or Wonderground events in the future?
Oh, like
beyond
coming up.
Epcot?
Let me think.
I don't think we have any.
I don't have any scheduled yet. Usually they give them to me about 2 months out, roughly. So what is it now? Just barely February. I am guessing that, let's see, March I am in Disneyland in California for the first week or week and a half, and then I am then we're in Kansas City for Planet Comic-Con at the end of March. So I probably won't have one in March because I'll be in the West Coast or I'll be in the Midwest. And then April, I'm guessing probably April. I know for sure that they're going to want me to do a Pop Gallery event when when the Alice in Wonderland coloring book comes out, which I still don't have a definite date on, but it's probably spring, I'm guessing. They said early 2019, and it's something that's actually published. It's very easy now to get confused when people do a lot of self-publishing or just print out yourself stuff. When you're actually publishing a book with a publisher, it takes several months, sometimes even a year before it comes out. So I don't know the release date on that yet, but when I do, it would probably be spring. And when I do know for sure, we'll probably have a Pop Gallery party release. The launch parties that we have, like we've done with the other coloring books, we'll have that there. And Wonderground here in Florida, I'm guessing maybe one of those in April. Then too, I've recently been asked by the Disney client people if I would do a signing in the Magic Kingdom at Memento Mori, which is, as many of you may know, the really cool store that is the gift shop outside of the Haunted Mansion in Liberty Square at the Magic Kingdom here at Disney World, and I will possibly be doing a signing there. I don't know the date on that yet. So those will be some of the next ones I'll be doing for Disney after the Festival of the Arts is over. Because as far as Florida goes, pretty much all their focus right now as far as art signings and stuff is going to be at the Festival of the Arts at Epcot. So probably April as far as Disney Springs goes.
That's yes. Memento Mori is Tigger's favorite store.
Oh yeah, that place is awesome. And there might be some new things of mine coming there.
Because I really want to try this pretzel.
Oh,
the pretzel
okay.
Veggie.
It's at Friar. I have not had it yet. It's at Friar's Nook in Fantasyland. It is a vegan bratwurst on a pretzel roll, and they're the Beyond Sausage bratwurst, and they put them on. They have 2 of them next to each other on like a giant 1.5-foot long pretzel roll, and with like sauerkraut and everything. And they have that at Friar's Nook at the Magic Kingdom now, and I hear it's really good, and I haven't had it yet. And I was like, if I do that signing at Memento Mori, I'm so gonna go get that and share it with Maddie. So.
Yes.
So it's completely vegan. It's on a pretzel roll, and it is the Beyond Sausage Bratwurst, which is one of the best analog fake meats I've ever had. It's fantastic. It tastes so much like the bratwurst I used to have when I was a kid. So I was like, that's great. I'm happy now. My family came from Germany, and we had like these different recipes that there was like a butcher shop in Nebraska that would make our family's recipe of different sausages.
Jasmine,
and they would make those, and we used to grow up eating that, and I've been veggie
that Nintendo guy says Madame Leota?
Yeah, it might be Madame Leota. That one won't be coming out if it is one that my client has me do. I'm still working on the concept art for it, but that would be for the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion in Disneyland first. So that would be, I think the event for that one is August 8th. Is that right, Maddie? I think it's August 8th, and that would be in California. So assuming that is a project that gets picked up, that would be in August 8th. And I mean California first, and then after it's in California, because it's their Haunted Mansion that's having the 50th anniversary. Ours is a little newer here because it's in Florida, and Disney World is not as old as Disneyland. Then they would probably eventually get it here. And that is also part of the reason they just asked me about D23, but since D23 is also in August and it is in Anaheim, if I'm there on August 8th, I'm probably not going to be able, as much as I like going to California, I don't think I can also be there 13 days later and fly back to California for that. So I probably won't be at D23. I will keep you guys posted, but I will probably be there.
But please go to D23.
Go to D23. Yes. But I probably won't be there for that unless for some reason I am not at the August 8th event for the Haunted Mansion 50th.
Jasmine.
So I don't know. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is interesting.
What's that?
Because these are always a little bit more difficult at Disney properties to work on.
Yeah.
Would you ever be interested in doing a Lady and the Tramp painting? Since you work at Wonderground and they work on specific artist style.
Yeah, they do.
It would be more difficult.
That would be harder for me. If it was one that was done for Disney Fine Art, like 90% of my Disney stuff you see is done through the Disney Parks merchandise.
But we love
that are through the galleries, and I love Lady and the Tramp. But when they pick artists who are independent contractors like me, they usually try to give the artist the projects that seem to have a lot to do with what that artist look and brand have in common. So with mine, they're pretty much going to ask me to do female humanoid characters. I love painting animals, and I'd love to paint like Mr. Toad and stuff, but I think they want to make sure when people see it, they say, oh, that's a Strangeling, because that's part of the reason they are working with me on the co-brand to begin with. They would probably not ask me to do that one because it doesn't have any humans really in the picture, and they wouldn't have a big-eyed girl on it, basically, if that makes sense. But yeah, I love Lady and the Tramp, and I'd like to paint it. I mean, I kind of, with things like Cruella, like, I like 101 Dalmatians, and the book of it, I like even in some ways more than the movie. It was actually written as a book to be a Disney movie, which is interesting. It wasn't vice versa. It was kind of in order. But so it's like, oh, yeah, I'll paint Cruella because she's a human character that is in that movie. And then I can paint like the little characters around the edges. But if they are going to hire me to do a Disney character, they're going to want it to look like a Strangeling female with big eyes.
Jasmine,
yeah.
Have you ever wanted to keep a Disney painting you've done? And
yeah,
which is your favorite Disney picture you've painted so far?
I have wanted to keep almost all of them, but I also do realize that is, how I make a living. As far as my favorite ones I have done, probably either Jack and Sally that I did for the Nightmare Before Christmas one. That was a merchandise one, which is different than a lot of the other ones I do. But I love that one. I'd love to keep that one. And then Tiana actually is probably maybe my second favorite, and that's probably, and again, she's one of the prizes we're giving away. The postcard is, and again, I think it's a lot of it. Of course, I like the story and I like frogs. I'm
for all those after all. But also curious, you can see her at the Art of Disney at Epcot.
Yes,
adjacent to the big crazy ball that we locals call
Spaceship Earth.
Yes,
yeah.
It's not a golf ball.
It's not a golf ball. It's not.
I promise, it's not a golf ball.
It's not a Well, it's a geodesic sphere. It's got that sort of.
Yes, and all of Epcot is not inside of it.
The background was especially. No, yeah, I know. So many people come to Disney.
That is not all of Epcot.
They think Epcot is like on this ball. I'm like, no, that is a ride. Just like at the beginning.
It's just a ride.
It's not just a ball. But anyways. But near it is the Art of Disney, and they have sold all my Disney originals so far for the festival, except I think as of yesterday, Tiana was still available. So, but anyways, I love the background. I like the swampiness. I like Mama Odie's house, how it's like an old boat that's like looks like it's almost on fire up in the tree.
Netflix date.
I like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna build that in the Forest of Celebration. And I'm going to somehow get internet access and invite Jasmine there for Netflix dates.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes.
I'm up for that.
Oh, by the way, we Jasmine and I finally finished all of the Ted Bundy
tapes, yeah,
on Netflix.
We finally watched all of them.
Very, very good, and I'm happy to know that the same people that will eventually be doing the film that stars Zac Efron as Ted Bundy were involved with those same audio tapes.
Yeah, again, it's kind of based off of the same.
And I've only heard rave reviews from Sundance.
It's only been at Sundance, as far as I know. I don't know does anybody know when it comes out at regular theaters?
You know what? I scoured the internet, and people were thinking late summer.
Late summer? Oh my gosh! Yeah. We should just go to Cannes and go to Sundance and actually see things when they come out.
I wouldn't mind going to Cannes and having a little cruise out there.
Yeah, I'd go through and...
Not so much Sundance, but Cannes, yeah. I'll do that one. Sundance sounds
probably
cold.
Not Cannes. Sundance does sound cold. Yeah, people go there for skiing. I mean,
as a movie nerd
I can barely
like me,
cook in the
I would probably be in heaven. I would see film after film after film. I could see I could watch films 12 hours a day.
Oh, I'll watch poorly made student films that they made on their phone. I don't care. I just like movies, and I like people who are excited about what they made. That's all I want is a little enthusiasm from people.
Definitely. Agreed.
It's what's lacking in a lot of movies, really. So right now
you're preaching to the choir. Yeah, the choir of one. I don't know how the room feels, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like
yuppie.
movies made by people who are excited to make that movie.
But
oh, probably. I get used to that. That's the circles I'm somehow entangled in.
I might constantly be biting my tongue and eyes while I'm there. But
let's pretend we're classy, Matt.
I'd be seeing some films, and I would concentrate on that.
Yeah.
What original painting have you kept that you just couldn't part with?
I do. You know what's sad is we had quite a few that were ones I had made for Matt, like when we were younger, and when our home in Kansas City was burglarized, a lot of them got stolen, which is very depressing. Those are pretty much a lot of the originals that I kept. So I always keep an eye to see if they pop up on eBay again, but there are a handful. Usually what I do, like what I have right now, if there is a painting I really like that I did and it's one I kind of miss when it's gone, I do a big canvas of it. Like in our, I'm speaking of Absinthe, like in my living room here, right adjacent to my studio, I've got Absinthe Mermaid. She's one of my favorite paintings I've ever done, and I have a full-size canvas of her, and we have her over there, and she's one I really like. Remember painting her when you went and got Ellie and Theo, Maddie?
I'm sorry, I was in chat. Okay. What is it?
Oh, Absinthe Mermaid, when I painted her. When you went to go get Ellie and Theo, and you rode with them on the plane when they were little.
Aww, that was fun.
Them here.
I didn't want them to fly alone.
Well, they were very little.
Yes.
They'd be fine now. But
it was fun. I flew to the airport.
Yeah.
I had
you flew from Florida to Kansas
mother,
City, and my niece and nephew, and sister.
She and I are very good friends.
Yeah.
And then I took little Ellie and Theo back here.
Yep.
So I was in Kansas City for 2 hours, maybe, back on the plane. It was nice because I didn't have any stinking luggage.
Yeah.
It feels so good not to have luggage.
It is.
I walked right through security.
Nowadays they flag you though if you fly somewhere and you don't have luggage. They think you're up to no good or something.
Indransha, who asked about the paintings that I still want to keep. Yeah. Because that wasn't supposed to be a sad question.
Oh, that's okay.
You know what?
Not that it's sad. I just, I don't know.
On this channel, nice questions can turn up sad questions.
I'm
because
sorry.
You're
I don't mean
with
to make
an
it
artist
sad,
and a writer.
No,
we will spin it however we want.
No, but those are ones I would have liked to have kept.
Yes.
There are things I painted for Matt
people.
when I was in high school, and then somebody robbed our house many years ago back in Kansas City, and they stole a lot of them, and like cards I made for his birthday, and it was really sad. So I would like to have those ones.
I don't think that Jasmine has decided, and I believe you're talking about Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City.
Yeah.
She has not decided on a pin for that yet, I believe.
I have a couple of pin designs I'm working on. I don't know which one of those I will bring to Planet Comic-Con, but there will be a pin at Planet Comic-Con for sure.
Yeah, where did the big porcelain end up? It went to the LA Art Show.
She's currently, yes, this as of yesterday, she is at the Los Angeles Art Fair that is at the LA Convention Center.
That goes.
What's that left? Oh, or maybe was that the weekend before? I forgot.
I don't know.
That's a problem. I'm on the wrong coast. I don't know where she is.
She's swimming around.
She's somewhere about. Unless somebody bought her. I don't know if somebody did buy her. I guess she's for sale. I don't know. She's more of an installation than an item. But
all I have to say is that's the ultimate collector's piece.
Yeah, if you like collecting the sculptures, that would be
it is amazing.
She is lovely.
You know what? That's a piece I wish I could have.
Oh my god! I wish I had a place.
I don't know where we'd put it.
She'd take up my whole kitchen here if I had her. But
she's great. You know, it's funny. It reminds me of that scene in Splash where Daryl Hannah, who is the mermaid in the movie Splash, gets that whole fountain for Tom Hanks and has it moved into his living room, and it takes up his whole living room. And it's Mermaid.
I've seen that. Yeah, I know the movie, but I don't know if I've ever actually watched it.
She is swimming in the Pacific. She's probably going for warmer waters off in Hawaii.
Probably. Especially this time of year, man. taking some Van Dyke Brown and a bit of Payne's Gray, which is kind of like the black I use when I don't want to make it super, super black, because I don't know what part's going to be closer to the viewer, but I'm using that to kind of outline the top part of where the shadow of her lashes is falling on her pupil in the middle. So that's making her eyes look more three-dimensional right there. Starting to look a little bit like me, like more in a way I didn't want to, but that's okay. I think a lot of artists accidentally do that. Okay, as I was talking about doing maybe like some sort of a burgundy sort of reddish brown dark purple color coming through here. Whatever the opposite of this color of yellow green is, I'd like to use that for the carton. So I'm going to start washing that over. And the good thing about using a wash, which is, it's probably the wrong word. It's
Jasmine,
kind of like a glaze, kind of like a, yeah. What, love?
Did you paint the Porcelina statue?
Did I paint it? I painted the original painting of Porcelina, yes. But as far as the physical sculpture, that was one that I did the maquette for, which is a small version of it. And the big version of it had to be done by a robot that lives in New Orleans, and yes. I am not lying.
A maquette, maquette is a small model.
A maquette is a small version of what is something that is made larger.
Yes, it is not a bird.
It is not. It is not like a macaw. It is not like a parrot. It is a maquette. M-A-Q-U-E-T-T-E. But no, and what's funny is it physically was a big robot, because they basically took a three-dimensional scan of the little one I had done, and then they did the big one, and that was when she got hit by a boat. You talk about her swimming around the Pacific. The place that made her is on the Mississippi River in New Orleans, like where they actually sculpted the the inside part of her is like a composite, and the outside is plaster, and of course my acrylics on it. And then a barge going down the Mississippi hit the building she was in, and they had to move her to a different studio. So she has had some water adventures so far.
That was crazy.
And I know, it's like,
the tar.
It scared me because
How long was that before pickup?
It was not long before we had to physically drive her, go from Florida to New Orleans to Los Angeles, bringing her in a trailer the whole way, which was just mad to begin with.
She swam up the Mississippi.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I don't know. I've already committed to the gallery and told them,
Jasmine,
yes, I will have this installation.
Is the maquette for sale?
No. That is. First of all, it's mine, and also it's not ruined by the
It's kind of rough right now.
It is, yeah. You wouldn't want to have. I mean, it might be a curiosity after I'm dead, but it's nothing I would.
Kind of weird. They might want that.
Yeah, you know what? We were talking the other day about doing some prizes either here on Patreon for
more obscure, bizarre.
Some of the one-offs that I've done sculpture-wise. You know, like
Well, are you thinking about doing that for Patreon or for
probably
Twitch?
Patreon, maybe a little bit of both. Or I'd tell the people on Twitch about the Patreon.
Okay.
But what you guys, those of you who collect my figurines, like from Bradford, Hamilton, etc., I often have these sculptures that we've done that were the ones that we did to make an advert that they market tested, and for any reason, maybe the licensing didn't go through, or they test marketed it and nobody liked that one, or they're like, oh, we're gonna do it with wings instead, or we're gonna make it a mermaid instead, you know. And I've got these leftover little sculptures that we've done, and I have like one of them, and they are not mass produced. That's the original one. So I was thinking about maybe giving those away as like prizes for people, because I've got quite a few of them, because they don't always turn into a big, hey, we're gonna make 100,000 of these. Sometimes it's like, no, we made one of them and people didn't like it, so we're not gonna make 100,000 of them. So that would be kind of a cool thing to collect. That's basically like the maquette version of a 1-to-1 ratio if you're going to do like an artist resin sort of injection mold sort of process. So that would be kind of cool. But we were thinking about maybe doing that. And that would be like, hey, there's only one of them, and this is the one Jasmine signed, and that's actually the only one that exists.
I love
it never turned
I love
into
that
it,
we give prizes away on Patreon.
Well, of course, yeah. Well, well, actually, I randomly surprise people at Patreon. I don't give away.
No, yeah.
That would be against our rules.
Yeah. However that works.
Yeah, I randomly surprise patrons.
I randomly surprise people also.
Yeah, you know.
But
so does
it's
Sunshine, but yeah.
You know, I suddenly show up to somebody's house with a very warm, tasty burrito.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't
know I do that? At my
house
more, man.
Huh? Oh, man. You do that all the time.
Yeah. Draw a little bit more. I want to make sure one of her eyes was looking a little bit wonky, and I want her to look a little bit I don't want her to look like drunk, but I want her to look like she's had a little bit of absinthe, maybe. Like she's kind of staring into the middle distance. So this is when
Jasmine uses Matt as the model.
Oh,
just a wee bit.
Yes, maybe a little wee bit. But,
actually, I always kind of look a little bit sleepy. I always have my whole life.
Yeah, you're a sleepy looking
People say,
fella.
You look sleepy. I'm like, no.
I hate it when people tell me I look tired. It's like,
yeah, you look
he
tired.
does when you look tired. I'm like, thanks. You just made my day. I love hearing that. Thank you for telling me I look tired. That's
you know
helpful.
what? Actually, if you guys see me at a con and I look sleepy, don't tell me I look sleepy. I know I look sleepy.
You just look sleepy.
It just makes me feel bad.
He just has larger under eyelids than a lot of people.
I do.
Got the jaw hug.
It makes me look kind, though.
Yeah, it does make you look friendly.
Yeah, which is a lie.
You're pretty friendly, Matt. As far as people go. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I forgot.
You're actually very
I do bring burritos.
I was going to say, you apparently randomly show up at burritos. You never come to my house for burritos. Jeez, man.
But it's only one burrito, so like the family has to fight over it. And then I listen to them squabble as they shut the door.
Like
who gets a delicious burrito.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
It's like our cats. Mm.
Kitten says, I have a lazy eye that will cross when I'm tired.
There you go.
Had it ever since I was born. My eyes cross when I'm tired, too.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I've got quite a few family members who do that, and they've sometimes had to do the thing where you put like wear glasses and put a patch on one to try to build up the muscles on your other eye. I think that's something that happens.
I have a little neighbor, a child, Tommy, and he had cross eyes when he was younger, and they fixed it with surgery.
Oh, and, really?
And I remember half of his eye was like red with blood. The white part was blood.
I don't know. After the surgery, you mean?
Yeah, after the surgery, and then it fixed it.
Oh, yeah, probably.
And I asked him, I said, well, do you see anything differently than you did before? And he was like, no, not really.
Well, there's the actress, Demi Moore. She had an eye that was completely crossed, and she had to get surgery for that when she was like a teenager. And then after that, then she became a famous actress. So,
yeah. Demi Moore is not known for her, lazy eye, I think.
No, I don't think she is. She's known for a lot of things, and that is not one of them.
Well, eyes are eyes.
Yeah. Eyes is.
Some interesting trivia. I believe it was the Incas that found
I've heard that about a few different
eyes
tribes
to be
that
very
are in
beautiful.
Central America.
So they would put a gem in between.
I don't know if that's a true story.
This could be an urban legend.
It's probably anecdotal, but I don't know.
They would put a gem in between the baby's eyes so they'd look at it, make them cross-eyed.
Yeah.
Because they thought it was cute.
But there have been a few cultures that do think that's attractive. It's
not unattractive.
Well, it looks like you're focusing on something. I mean, I'm a little bit, as opposed to the wall-eyed, I'm kind of more, my eyes
kind
of go toward the
middle.
Yeah.
I've been looking for the Munchkin second set of Wizard of Oz figures.
Oh, wow. Those are from a while back.
Ooh.
That would be, they are probably long since sold out. Let me think. That would have been like 2007? 2008? No, 2007. Huh?
Said Crime and Utley.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. Yeah, that would have been like 12 years ago. Your best bet is probably going to be something like eBay, or maybe there is a group that my sister kind of watches a lot. I don't really peek in much, and it's not a big group yet. I don't think I've really announced it, but it's called the Jasmine Becket-Griffith Collectibles Group, and it's on Facebook. I don't know if you have a link for it, Maddie, because I barely looked at it. Amber,
what's that then?
The Collectibles Group on Facebook.
I will see if I have that on hand.
It's probably I've probably never written it down because it kind of grew organically. Tanya at Enchanted Treasures, which was Burning Desires, started it, and Amber posts up there a lot because she does.
I have Enchanted Treasures gifts.
No. It would be Jasmine Becket-Griffith Collectibles on Facebook.
I'd have to find it.
Yeah, if you can find it, put a link, because those are people who are really into things like the Hamilton collection figurines and all my Bradford Exchange things. Again, we've made probably between 800 and 900 different statues with them now, so that is a lot. And it's been over the course of like maybe 14 years. So some of the ones, since they are always limited editions with them, if they were around a couple years ago, back when I was like 25, I don't know if that's something that you could probably buy now, but you might be able to find them on eBay, or go to the collectibles group and ask people, because somebody might have them like on a shelf, or maybe their grandma left them to them, and they still have them and they don't know what to do with them, and that would be a good place to find them. Also, Amazon sometimes has the second-hand sort of stuff that you might find up there. But you probably can't buy it now because they're probably long since retired. You can't buy it new, like from the manufacturers. It's like buying a video game for a video game system that was obsolete 10 years ago or something. Not that would change the figure at all. You wouldn't know if it was new or old. I'm using some of the Titan Buff to try to draw out the areas that I think are going to be the most highlighted on her face. So like the little cupid's bow of her lips and a little bit of the highlight on her nose. She got a little round pug nose like me, and a little bit on the arc of her eyebrow and her brow line. This is kind of a secondary, this would be a tertiary lighting source. If I'm thinking in the back, like where the sun or moon is coming through, that sign there is the secondary light source. Primary light source will be the reflected light of the little urn canister thing that's got the absinthe in it, and then the third one would be the ambient sort of light that's coming from the viewer, so that you can see that everything is three-dimensional and she doesn't look like a cardboard cutout. And put little lines under her eyes so she looks like she's seen the world a bit. About schmerz the hair. Little tiny lines, little cross hatching. I'm using a very dry brush now. There's no water on here. I just Titan Buff, and it's also will look like it will have a little bit of the interstices where the shadows of her lower eyelashes are going to be shading. So this in itself makes it look like she has more eyelashes than she does, because it's a little tiny bits, like little shafts of light that are coming through where her eyelashes are.
4 minutes.
It's more feathery.
Or 3 minutes even.
Oh, who's the next one? Is it Cinderella? Or is it Tana? Or Cinderella?
That would be Cinderella.
Let me tie my apron. Okay. Cinderella leaving the ball, and I will autograph this, of course. And this is from Disney World at Epcot's International Festival of the Arts. You can still get her there in person at the Winter Grand Gallery tent from now until February 25th, or you can win her tonight.
Another cool thing about Festival of the Arts, besides all the amazing art, is they have interesting foods out.
They do. It's because it's not just visual arts, it's culinary arts, and it is performance arts. They have all the people who are at Broadway for the Disney shows. When they're off season, they come to Epcot, and they do basically the same songs and numbers that you would see if you were in New York, and it's the same people. So it's kind of a neat way to get a free show, too, especially if you like music or musicals. It's a good thing. But yeah, the little food booths, it's almost like going to the Food and Wine Festival at Epcot if you like that one, or the Flower and Garden Festival. Epcot's really good at putting little booths filled with many types of wines and foods. And they have a lot of, not a whole lot of veggie options, but the ones they have are really good. I'll show you a close-up so you can see better what I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting lines under her eyes and under her eyelashes here. I don't know, it's hard for me to say. Again, I don't really see the TV, so it's hard to see what you guys see. But if you look, you can see the part underneath her eyelashes has a lot of dimension and substance to it. So it actually looks like it's an eye. It's not a painted-on eye like a Barbie doll. It's more of like a fancy Victorian porcelain doll that actually has a real glass eye and has proper eyelashes. And the shadow of that underneath, because if you have something like, I obviously like doing my eyelashes up, etc., it makes a shadow on your face under it. So that makes it look more realistic if you got a pretty bright light behind you. So it's like going through her eyelashes and making a shadow on the top part of her cheek. Also makes it look more like she's a real person that has a skull under her head. You can see that there's like a little divot of where her ocular bone is going down there, and a bit of a brow bone up there, and she doesn't really have a bridge on her nose, but you can see a bit of cartilage where it comes out to make a little nose, and a little cupid's bow around the top of her mouth. And a tiny little bit of chin, a little pointy chin like me. So looking cute. I'll probably put some sort of ornamentation in her hair. I've kind of left it kind of vague. This is very gray-brown, kind of smudgy. It almost looks like charcoal, but it's paint on there.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
I know you're constantly talking about the painting.
I sure am.
But Buttercup's late to the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Can
well, a
you
lot
tell
of
them
people
a little
might
bit
be
about the
just joining
painting
us.
you're working on?
I sure will.
Which
Yeah, I should do
but-
this about like once an hour or so, because we get people coming in and out. But this is a painting I've started fairly recently. You can pick a prize in the meantime.
Yeah,
I don't know her name yet. She's kind of here's this is the painting that I'm basing her on. This is a painting I did about 17, 18 years ago called Absinthe Afternoon, which is a girl with pretty green eyes. And it's a pretty simple painting. What's that? 2002, so that would have been 17 years ago. With a green window, a big red curtain behind her, sitting at a mysterious table with some absinthe. Glowing green that matches her eyes, matches the background. I'm doing this as a more realistic kind of royal portrait sort of painting we were talking about earlier about Louis XV's wife, Marie, and how we're kind of looking at this, hey, there's a window, there's a curtain, and so I'm going to do like a fancy dress like she's got. Reflecting green at the bottom, really elaborate sort of landscape I've been working on. I just did the green glaze on top of it that's in the background, and a neat, I might call it Absinthe Evening because it kind of looks more like evening, like maybe that's the moon and it's not the sun.
All right, Faye Conjurer.
Oh, Faye Conjurer, so they're the person who won
Conjure Faye
from Disney World. Bought it last night when I was doing a signing there. Cinderella, Leaving the Ball. Official Disney Jasmine Becket-Griffith postcard from Disney's Wonderground Gallery.
Jasmine will sign it.
And I will sign it for you, and we will send it to you. Just follow Matt's instructions, let us know your address, etc. So pretty much this episode, or broadcast, or whatever you want to call it, I've been putting green on everything. I have a combination of turquoise.
We're at 100 viewers, by the way.
Oh, wow. Hey, 100 people.
So far, the Super Bowl has not hurt our viewership.
Huzzah. So I've taken some of that sort of green and I've glazed over the background, and I've also put a bit in her eyes, and I've been kind of making them look more three-dimensional, and then putting a little bit in where I'm going to put the sort of tureen thing that's got the absinthe in it, and then the bottom part is going to be a reflection all in green of the top part. So far so good. She will the original painting will be on display at the Spectrum Fantastic Art Live Pavilion in Kansas City at Planet Comic-Con. But if you are interested in purchasing the original, since it's when I'm selling myself, it's not going to a gallery or anything, you can email us at jasminetoad@AOL.com. It's a 12 by 16 original.
Yes, please let us know. We already have inquiries currently.
Yeah, so we always take a lot of inquiries. Sometimes we'll get like 20 people on the list, and maybe like 10 of them aren't able to do it. So always, you don't assume somebody else has claimed it. Again, too, with the devil painting I was working on, we thought it was sold, but there was a sad thing that happened. So we are looking for more people on that one. So if you were watching me paint the devil card for the tarot, it was the last several episodes, I think. We are looking for more people on that collector's list. And then she will also be debuting at the end of March in Kansas City at the Spectrum Fantastic Art Live show at Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
You were about to say what the colors were used for the background?
Yes, I'll show you here. It's a combination. I've kind of mixed them together. And I don't know if you can see, but I've got it. I had it all over my hand a second ago, because if you rewind back or see the archive, you can watch me kind of paint it over with my big brush and my fingers. It was turquoise phthalo, which is, it looks almost black, but it is a very high pigment, kind of bluish green. I mixed it with Hansa Yellow Medium, which is it's a little bit more opaque. It's not as high pigment, but it's a very warm sort of yellow. And also, the nickel azo quinacridone gold, or they call it the golden fluid acrylics, calls it quinacridone nickel azo gold. I've mixed these three together with a whole bunch of water, and I took my big wide brush with a bunch of green paint water that I had off to the side that's probably been sitting there for too many days, and I've just kind of smudged it all over everything. Yeah.
Orlando says, "My wife and I love your paintings."
Oh, thank you, Orlando. Sorry, we live here in Orlando, so I'm very happy to hear it.
They're saving their money to buy an original.
Yay! Well, this is kind of I do a lot of 12 by 16s, but I also do a lot of smaller ones too, and a lot of, I'm trying to do more larger paintings, so.
Jasmine.
This is,
will Jasmine continue the Faces of Fairy? Also, is there a story behind them?
Oh, possibly, and kind of. I'm trying to focus more, since I am trying to do more cohesive sort of themes for my gallery shows. I'm mostly working on larger, more complicated paintings, but I'll probably do them from time to time. Faces of Fairy, for those who don't know, are small 6x6 sort of studies I do. Over the years, I've kind of switched over more to doing like mini study paintings, like 2-inch little tiny thumbnail sketches and stuff. I started doing them. The first time I did them, Maddie, wasn't it? It was for the Celebration Spring Arts Fair.
I remember that.
Yeah, my gosh, one was fun.
That's when we met a very good friend of ours.
Yeah, yes, it was. And that was an art festival. Before I did a lot of shows, and I hadn't done any gallery shows by that time. And I was like, I'd like to do some kind of character studies of like just the face of different characters. I had ideas for larger paintings, and that's a way I could kind of sketch out and come up with the idea of maybe how I wanted a face to look, because I like to paint big eyes and things, but there's a lot of really subtle differences in the different characters I do. So things like proportion of nose to mouth to face to skin tone and hair color and different types of lighting effects on the eyes. Those were the faces of fairy were ways I could kind of try things out I maybe wouldn't want to try on a bigger painting until I saw how it looked on a smaller painting. And I was like, well, hey, I'll do that for an art show. And they're square, so it's kind of a good way to have little squares if you're decorating, and you put like 9 of them or 25 of them and kind of make an arrangement of them in a good square sort of format, which is a great way to display artwork, and it was a good way for me to kind of practice a lot of paintings. So I probably will paint more. I also do them sometimes as custom ones that I've even given them away before up at Patreon, where I like do the initial kind of layout sketch for it, and I let whoever like wins it on Patreon or on eBay or whatever, and I let them decide, hey, I want her to have blue skin and green eyes and big orange hair, and I'm like, okay, I'll make that work, and I'll do that. And it's kind of fun. They're kind of more of an artistic exercise of mine than anything else. I'm taking a little bit of magenta mixed with the quinacridone and azo gold and putting that around her lips here, just so even if I keep her lips not really having a whole lot of makeup on or anything, I might put green, or I might match it with the burgundy.
Why would you do that?
I'm doing it now because she's kind of a person, and people, no matter what color your skin is, the skin on your lips are very thin, so you kind of show what your blood looks like. It's like, oh, your blood is
very close to
your lips. Why?
Because when I try to give Gamera a kiss and she bites me,
and then all the blood comes out of your face.
All the blood comes out of my face.
That's the Gamera likes this conversation. She's one of our cats. She's a very wild cat of ours and likes to bite people in the face. What was it today? I've been bitten by Gamera 14 times.
Something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's between 10 and 20.
I wonder if you want to see Sunshine.
Kitties. Sunshine would be a good kitty to show because she's a friendly kitty.
Okay, if people in the room want to see the kitty, we need to see 15 kitty, some sort of kitty reference.
I can't see the TV, so Mal
posts in a row.
One. Yeah.
If it's breaking up by anything else, except for Moobot saying something stupid, then
I've never even seen Moobot say anything because I'm always.
You guys want to see the kitty? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And this will be Sunshine, right? Not Gamera?
6. I'm going to try to find Sunshine.
So they just have to type the word kitty in the chat room?
Like someone type meow, and that's great.
Meow, that counts. That's kitties. Kitties say that all the time. I've heard them.
12. Okay, I only need 3 more.
3 more 13. People to say kitty. Oh, dear. Can I say kitty?
Nope, 14. 15. We got it.
All right.
Oh, that Nintendo guy said combo breaker.
Aha. But yeah, I'm mostly putting this on here so I remember that there is a warm tone under her lips, because that's her mouth. I'll probably put a little bit of pink on her cheeks and on her nose. Oh, I know what that means. No.
He's coming in. Nope, it's like this.
Oh, is she asleep? Baby.
Hold her like this.
Here, honey. Oh, sorry, she looks taxidermied. Oh, whoa. Okay, ow. Maddie, she's actually friendly. I think she woke up while you were carrying her. Yeah,
they look like dead cats.
They look like stuffed dead kitties laying on her couch. I don't know what they're up to today. I know, that's a nice painting. Don't do that. Come here. Okay, well I tried to hold her, but then she taloned my shoulder. I'll try. I think she woke up. Matt was carrying her up. Ow. Okay. Oh my golly. Got my neck. Okay.
I was carrying her in the same position she was sleeping in.
Okay, she's probably confused. I'm sorry, we have a lot of bright lights, as you can probably tell. I kind of ghosted out here.
Aw, she needs a kiss.
I have to. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry, I won't turn on the hairdryer. She loves and hates the hairdryer. It's like her arch nemesis. Baby, she's my little sunshine. Yeah, my only sunshine. She makes me happy when skies are gray.
Actually, not that bad right now. It's kind of sunny outside.
Is it? I thought it was dark out, but we've got
No, it's just that the blinds are out. No, it's blue skies right now.
Good.
In about an hour,
okay.
I think an hour in, actually slightly less than an hour, it's supposed to be a sunset. So around that time, remind me to take the seeds down so the raccoons don't climb up the window.
We don't want them to tear out the screens yet again after how many times they've done that. But I'm going to start playing with some colors off here on the curtains. Actually, let's get this over. I don't know how much you can see. Can you see the curtain, Maddie?
Curtain?
Yeah, like in the painting. Sorry, not we were talking about the window.
Not very well. Okay. Now I can.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can.
Like the upper right-hand corner? Yes. Okay, good. This is kind of a fun time when I'm this early in a painting where I'm deciding the kind of color layout. Since I was talking about trying to match it with my previous painting I've done, which, again, 2002 apparently, Absinthe Afternoon, kind of a burgundy thing that kind of offsets the bright green. And it's kind of neat because the portrait from the Versailles that I'm looking at that I took a photo of, it's she's got kind of a brownish yellow color. So I'm going to do a layer or two over the kind of fabric I've kind of drawn in here. Originally I thought I'd make the window go over there, but I'm going to make the curtain go over that way more. I think that makes more of a dynamic sort of, your eye goes in a diagonal sort of thing. But I'm going to take some quinacridone. I don't know what quinacridone is, but it's apparently in all my paints. I'm going to put that here on my palette. I'm going to take a little bit of some more quinacridone nickel azo gold, put that in there. Also some vat orange, which is like super bright. They say orange, I think it looks bright red, but what do I know? Put that in there. And since I've already kind of, I'll show you close up. This is not like chalk or pencil. This is actually white paint or titanium sort of buff paint and brown paint, blue paint in the background. It looks like a drawing, but it's just done with a very small brush. I'm going to go over that with a bunch of water, and that way I can see if I like those colors. If I don't like those colors and I think, oh my god, that is so bright red, that looks stupid, I can paint over it because I'm mixing it with a lot of water. And if I put a different color on top of that, if I put blue on top of that, all of a sudden it's not orangey red, it's purpley red. So that's what I'm going to be. I'll probably use my big brush I don't usually use because I usually am a little bit further along in a painting. I will mix that with some water and work on that. So I'm going to take one of my fuzzy brushes in the meantime. These are old brushes I've had for many years here, and they hold a lot of water since their bristles are all kind of going wonky. If I put them over here, it kind of uses it as a conveyance for the water that I'm going to mix in with some of that brown, some of that magenta, some of that red, some of that nickel azo gold. I'm going to put some Payne's gray in there because to me that's looking like super blood red, and that might sound cool, but if it's a painting I'm trying to look historical, that sort of bright red next to that sort of bright green is going to look almost comic bookish, which would be awesome for a contemporary sort of artwork or an illustration, but for something that's supposed to look kind of old-timey, it's not going to look good. So I'm mixing that with some brown and some of the Payne's gray, which isn't gray at all. It's like navy blue. I don't know why it's called Payne's gray, and I don't know who Payne is. I should look that up. It's P-A-Y-N-E. So I'm going to get some more water. I've been keeping water kind of at the bottom of my palette here. I always have like a little running well of water that is soaked up by a sponge. See that yellow thing under there? That's a sponge that I've cut into a circle. And I've taken a piece of palette paper that I've soaked in water for 20 minutes and I use that on top of that. That way I can use the same piece of plastic each time for a palette. So that's looking pretty good. It's probably too brown, but I'd rather underestimate the chroma pigment level than underestimate it. So, or vice versa. So I'm going to take my big brush here. I don't know if that even, it probably looks very dark, but when I put it up here, you're going to start to see it looks like kind of a cranberry burgundy. It looks like I spilled wine all over it. I promise I didn't, but up there. Probably has too much brown and a little too much water in it, but that's okay because this is still
just go right over it.
The discovery phase. Yeah, I could paint a big yellow happy face on there. You wouldn't even know what was on there.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I'm not going to. I could. That'd be kind of funny. It's if I was famous enough, it's the sort of thing that art historians hundreds of years from now would be like, oh look, she painted a big weird happy face in there. Then? Let's argue about that for 20 years now. I don't know.
Just do it.
Okay. Maybe I should as a learning experience to show people.
While you're doing that, yeah. I'm gonna get some more. I'm a little bit hungry.
You want more cashews, or
yes,
do you want a burrito or something? Yeah. Apparently, you bring burritos to people other than me. Okay, all right.
You made some really good burritos last time.
I make great burritos. Anyways. So yeah, I don't know if you can tell here, but see how this is starting to almost look, like I said, it looks like you had cranberries or wine and just kind of smooshed it all over there. So I can see that next to that green, and I'm like, oh, that looks pretty good. I think obviously I want it to be darker, and I'm going to want it to look more modulated, but as Matt said, I could paint a big yellow and happy face up there. I'll do that real quick, just to show you how good acrylic paints are at covering themselves up. I guess the future has the benefit of looking at old archives on YouTube or whatever too, so they could look at this and say, oh, she was doing that because her husband was kind of being silly, and that's why she was doing it. So let's see, I will not leave this in here. I'm taking some Hansa yellow and some Naples yellow because Naples yellow is very opaque and Hansa yellow is reasonably pigmented. Make a little circle. This is just for you, Maddie. You should love me now.
I love you so.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't take that.
Huh?
It doesn't take that to make me.
Oh, what's it making? Let me see. And I'll get some Payne's Green, Van Dyke Brown. How about make a little happy. Now, whoever does get this print or painting, or if it's a pin someday, you'll remember. Remember when Jasmine painted a weird little happy face? It's like a ghost in there, buried underneath levels of paint. And this is when people say, well, why would you sketch and paint? Don't you have to erase it? It's like, no, you don't have to erase it. You just cover it up. See, look, there's a smarmy little happy face up there. But he's going to be gone. Look at him. He's winking. I think he's looking at you.
I love him.
Yeah, he's
so
there.
Cute.
I know he's there. He's not going to be there for long because I'm going to paint over him. But look, he's already pretty dry.
Oh, scoot it down, sweetie. I can't see it.
Sorry.
Okay.
There we go. Let me know once he pops up, and I'll quickly move him and erase his existence. Do you see him yet?
Yeah, I meant when you're painting over him.
Okay. Oh, I'm just hair drying him.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I apologize.
Make sure he's dry. Like, no, if it was a pencil, you could erase it, but I painted him in color, and he'll be gone in a second. Watch. Just you wait. Pencil jar.
Brenda wants the original now.
See, now you know there's a hidden ghost smiley face.
There's a hidden ghost smiley face there.
Room for one more. Let's see.
I'm totally buying a Ouija board now.
See, we have a Ouija board. It's
in Kansas City.
Oh,
I have one here.
Oh, I thought it was here. Was it?
No,
okay.
It's Kansas City.
Okay.
It has a weird light up planchette.
Oh, look, where'd the happy face go? It's gonna look slightly different than the background because it's wet now, but look. He's gone. Oh. And that's the eraser I use. It's just using the paint that's next to whatever I painted. I don't want anymore.
That was a great example.
I paint on type. Yeah.
Huge contrast in color.
Yeah, it's gone. If it was something that was really like sticking out even after that, I would just do one more layer of background color and then it would be gone. And it's very easy. I think it's easier than using a pencil and like getting those horrible little rubbery things that come off the erasers that just make and my hands get all grubby and I hate that. It's a waste of time, but it can also be a learning experience. But that's a very good example of when you're sketching, how you can ruin something, but you didn't ruin it because you have acrylic paints and they're opaque and you can just go over it. Now it's no longer there. Nobody would have ever known about the ghost smiley face.
Smiley.
Yes. Now she's going to know there's a joke. So if she looks like she's smiling a little bit, that's probably, actually I would make her smile a little bit more. She knows and now you know,
great.
and I know, but don't tell
anybody.
I
love it.
There we go.
Ryan Girl said, I'd never heard of that erasing technique until I started watching on here.
I think
I tried it myself today and it works great.
I don't know if I invented it because I feel like I did, but I'm sure a billion other people do it. But I feel like I invented it. Make her look like she's smiling a little bit more, put a little bit more lines around. You know, if you smile like most people, their eyes kind of move and crinkle up a bit. Do that a little bit more. Because she knows there's a funny smiley face up there. I'm also going to draw some lines where he is. So if you can't really tell. If I did a few layers of them, you might see better. But I'm drawing some lines here that look like folds in the fabric more. Now, the cool people who watch this will see this painting like at Spectrum, or they'll see it in a tarot deck 3 years from now, and they'll say, hey, there's a secret smiley face that only I know about and like 80 other people. And that's really cool. And I won't tell anybody. I'm going to use this opportunity too to keep, since I made some of that grayish brown color, I'm going to draw some more lines to make it look more like a fabric. Again, originally I thought about putting the curtain over here, but now I'm going to make it kind of go behind her head. When you have the main character kind of in front of two different areas of background, it starts to turn into almost like how when you look at the Mona Lisa and you see one side of it is like a higher up area and the other half is a lower up area, and people are like, oh, that looks kind of unsettling, I don't know why. It's like, oh, it's because our head's kind of blocking the way where they would kind of join up. So I like to put a weird sort of diagonal line that makes your eye, when you look at it, kind of go around and look at the different things that are happening, and then you focus on the face, because human beings always like to look at faces, even hidden smiley faces. Like your phone trying to like zoom in on something because it thinks it's a face when it's really like part of a tree. Or,
I don't like that.
Or a cat. Or
my phone thinks
or
it's
like when I
smarter
tag Matt on Facebook and it always thinks it's Matt's mom. But
that's creepy.
Well, it's not. I mean, I guess it's clever of Facebook to know that you look
Jasmine.
like your mom.
I don't like it.
No, it was nothing offensive. It was like, hey, we're going to be on Twitch, chat with us.
It's creepy.
It's like Kathy Beckett was with you. I'm like, that's my mother-in-law. That's not Matt. Why did? And then it's like, do you want to untag Kathy Beckett? I'm like, yeah. It's not her. It's Matt.
My mom. Do that. Make her feel bad.
It made it show Matt's face.
All it does is make me feel weird and my mom feel bad. Thanks a lot, Facebook. It
doesn't make her feel bad. She probably doesn't want people to think you're her. I mean, vice versa. Either.
Nah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's just funny because you guys do look like. I think it's probably because you've just been in the same place at the same time, and Facebook is trying to draw digital connections about it.
Well, my mom did do a, that year in Facebook thing for last year.
I don't.
It's like, see your last year in Facebook or something.
Does it take like your pictures that you did?
It makes a slideshow. It's a Facebook thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah. On those.
And I was in like 9 out of 14 of the photos.
See, so, that's probably, and probably your mom or you or both are tagged in those. So whenever I put a picture of either of you, it thinks it's one or the other.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Do you ever use color or iridescent mica in paint to give a glittery/sparkly effect?
I think I remember talking about this, like, it was probably a couple broadcasts ago. There were some paintings I did, mostly when I was a teenager, or maybe in my very early 20s when Golden Fluid Acrylics came out with the Interference series. They had Interference Green, Interference Red, etc. I think I still have the tubes of them, but I don't use them in my paintings, probably not for 15 or 20 years. I think it's more fun to try to approximate that effect. Like, I don't, instead of putting glow in the dark, I just make it look like it glows in the dark, if you know what I mean. I think it's more of a challenge to actually try to make it look glow in the dark by changing the colors around it or the shading on it. And also, I'm not sure as far as how long things like that last. I'm worried if I use something that has mica or glitter in an actual original painting, if it's something that somebody wants to keep around, it's probably me being vain, but if they like leave it to their children or their grandchildren, then I want to make sure it looks the same as when I did it.
Because you don't want to piss off Jasmine's ghost.
Yeah, you don't want to piss off my ghost. No, I want to make sure. I don't know enough about the materials used in that, and you guys probably know more about it than I do, because it's not something I really look into much. But I'm just like, I'm just going to use the regular pigments and try to, if I want it to look sparkly, I'm just going to make tiny little dots of white and put watery paint on top of it. But you might see some paintings of mine, again, they'd probably be from the late 90s or the early 2000s, if there is any, that actually have glow-in-the-dark or sparkles in them. Other than that, I just make it look like that. With merchandising, with things like pins, like we talked about this last time, or a time before last, with pins, like how some of my pins glow in the dark. And that's a little different. That's like a $10 pin or a free pin somebody got in an event. If that looks different after 400 years, then that, it cost $10 or it was free. If somebody spends $20,000 on a painting, I want to make sure that it's something that they keep as an heirloom and isn't going to fall apart. Not that it would, I just don't know enough about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Again, if there's somebody who is actually like a chemist or somebody who works for a paint company, they probably know a billion times more than I do. I just know about what it looks like on the board. I'm just trying to paint pictures. But I am using some more water, and this is almost turning into sort of blood red. I still think this is a bit red. I want it to be more of a kind of purple burgundy. I'm going to get some Dioxazine purple. This one looks almost black too. Again, some of these golden fluid acrylics that are very, very high pigment, especially in the blue or the purple spectrum, they almost look black. Like the turquoise phthalo I had out earlier, the Payne's gray, the Dioxazine purple, they look almost black. But you only have to use the tiniest little drip top of them. You can see this, but I'm going to pop them in there. I'm going to mix that with that kind of rusty color. I have been washing over the curtain behind her. And that will knock that kind of orangey, reddish, fleshy, brown, red blood stain to more of a burgundy wine color.
It's not blood.
If I'm feeling wily, sometimes I'll do things like I'll change it at the bottom. It's like, oh, the bottom of the curtain. Like how I was showing you how I want the bottom part to be kind of green. How we did that layer of green at the bottom, like it's a reflection in there. I might make the bottom part of the curtain look like it's damp. It's getting the rising damp off the bottom of the water, or the absinthe rather, and kind of, so that part might be darker, and it might be a lighter, more warmer tone at the top and a darker, more cooler tone at the bottom, because if it's in the same room with her and it's a physical room that exists and it's not in a dream somewhere, that green water would have made part of the curtain darker and bluer. So we will see if I'm feeling wily or not.
Mm-hmm.
Again, our next broadcast will be here next Sunday. Again, I'll be at Epcot again this week. Saturday will be my signing event. So it will be another one where I'm here right after Epcot, which is fine. And then I will we'll be here at 3 o'clock again, Eastern time, next Sunday. So if you want to mark your calendars, you can do that, or set your phone alarms, or whatever you do. We always put on my Twitch page, if you look at that picture of me sitting here at my desk, it has 2 dates by it, and it's usually the upcoming 2 dates. Like right now, it probably says today's date, and it probably says February 2nd, and February 9th, I guess, would be the next one. Whatever next Sunday is. We'd like optimally to do this twice a week, but for now we're just doing once a week because I am doing the festival at Epcot at Disney World throughout these January and February. We've been working on that too, so it's kind of hard to do that under that. So what's that?
You've been talking to lots of people.
Yeah, actually, a lot of you folks from Twitch we have seen, which is very cool to see you guys in person. This is looking red, but it's still looking. I'll move this over. I don't know if you can see it. It's red, but it's still more of a orangey red that I'm looking for. But I'm going to use this at least as a base tone. I like doing one layer of color over it, so when I am working on things like highlighting the areas of the folds that are in the shadow and the ones that are in the light, or doing the highlights of the green on it, that if there is any area I don't cover up with top layers of highlight or shadow or lower lights or reflected lights, that it's still going to look red behind it. You're not going to see bits of gray or bits of brown from the wood or bits of white from the gesso or anything like that showing through. You're going to see a layer of bluish gray from the gesso tint I put in there. You're going to see the early layers of the reddish brown. Then you're going to see the burgundy I'm doing now. And then you'll see the other colors on top of that. So there won't be a point that you certainly won't see that magic happy face like winking at you. So that is part of the great thing about acrylics. And I can still see my original kind of detailed sketch I did with my script liner brush. Put a little bit more purple.
Jasmine loves her script liner brushes.
Yes! Those people who are discontinuing it. I mean, I buy them 144 at a time. I guess it's probably not enough that I do it, but I almost feel like, I've been buying them from several different companies and just like seeing how many they have and buying all of them. Like literally, it's like, how many you have? You got 85 of them? Oh no, we only have 82. I was like, okay, I'll buy 82 of them. I don't care. I want all of them because I don't know what I'm going to do when they're gone. I've tried taking like a blade, like from part of an old pair of scissors I have, and carving the longer ones into a smaller, pointier one, but they don't have the flexibility to them that the script liner zeros do, and I don't like the short liners. And everybody is like, "Oh no, we've got them. They're just called SG585 now," but they're not, because those are the short liners, and they are like 1/3 the length of the ones that they had before, or you can get the longer ones, and those are just pointless. I don't know what those are for. Making crafts or painting eyelashes on people's faces or something. They're not for making paintings. Maybe they're for watercolors or something that's more flexible media. I don't know. And I know there are script liner brushes that, again, I've been buying the wooden ones. The problem with them is I like to leave my brushes in the water a lot. And the handle of these, as opposed to the clear ones, I'll show you guys the difference for those who know what I'm talking about. I like the clear ones that have a little grip on them. See that little nice rubbery thing? That's lovely. That's the SG and the SG595. This is the wooden one. This is solid wood. If you're going to hold this for 18 hours in a row, it's nice to have a little rubbery thing. And I've tried the things that you're supposed to put on pencils that you hold, and it's really not the same. And the paper, the plastic or the paint or whatever this is on the outside just like flakes off after 2 days, and it's like big pieces of dandruff floating around in my water, which is gross and horrible. Don't like these, but I use them if I have to. I'm not going to buy the ones made out of dead badgers or whatever. I'm not going to buy those. I like the man-made ones. This is actually looking more cranberry as I go up closer. I think the part I mixed earlier with the Dioxazine purple is looking more kind of magenta-y up here. Looking more pink as opposed to brown, if that makes sense. But as you can see, you certainly can't see that happy face, and you can still see the areas.
Happy face is definitely gone.
Oh, he's definitely gone, but you can see the lovely folds of fabric that I drew on there to begin with when I was doing that. And the reason I have that, as opposed to in my first painting I did when I was a young Jasmine, which was kind of a solid wall of a curtain there. The reason, and if you look at that, the clouds are pretty solid there. There isn't a lot of detail in the clouds in my old painting. And if you look at the curtain there, it's pretty solid looking there. But if you look at the sky here, this is very detailed. There's a lot of clouds, there's a lot of interplay of light and shadow, etc. So I want to make sure that it kind of is mimicked in the upper right hand corner. So you see a lot of folds and interstices in the fabric there. Lots of shadow and light interplay. So it will look like it balances out, and it helps it looked like a balanced painting. It makes it look like it was intentional, and it wasn't just like a big smudgy thing like I was being lazy and just wanted to cover it with a curtain, which is what a lot of old paintings from hundreds of years ago, it's like, I'm going to make a curtain over there. I want it to look like it's there on purpose. It's the sort of thing you might not notice when you're looking at it, but when you see it explained and you see the work that goes into it, after a while you're like, okay, I see why that looks more appealing than one. If I were to make this solid on one side and just like really intricate on the other, it works good if you're using it for a device. Like if you want people to look at one corner and ignore the other side because there's something exciting happening on that side of the painting. That makes sense. Use that a lot if you're in illustrative techniques, if you're doing comics or graphic novels, that you'll have everything very blank and then something's very complicated in the corner because you want the eye to be drawn down in the corner. This is a portrait style painting, so I want it to look very balanced.
Balance seems difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you know you're balanced or not?
There's something about looking at it that makes you feel not right.
Okay.
It's like if you see, like how even if it's not a landscape, if you look at a painting that's got an upside down triangle on it, like the points at the bottom, it makes you feel unsettled. If you see a triangle that's shaped, even if it's the characters in it make a triangle, if you see the base looks wider than the top, it feels balanced. You're like, that's how gravity works. Yeah, it's how you're used to living on a planet that has gravity.
Oh.
There's more stuff at the bottom at the top. If there's a bunch of stuff on the left and a bunch of stuff on the right and a weird thing in the middle, you want them to level out. Otherwise, you're worried it's going to tip over and it makes a weird confusion in your brain that something's not right. There's probably better words for this. This is just stuff I'm making up, but it seems to work as far as making composition choices in artwork.
It's good to make up stuff.
Yeah, and sometimes you want to make things look unbalanced. Let's say you are doing a more sort of abstract painting or something very expressionist, and you want something to make you intentionally feel unsettled. So you will have colors that don't look good together because it makes you feel bad, and you're trying to make a point about it. Or it's again, if you're doing like a comic illustration, a graphic novel or something, and you use like almost all the pages empty except in the lower left-hand corner because that's where somebody's fallen down and they're sad, and you put that down there and it gives you a feeling of loneliness, like there's nothing else out there. But again, with a portrait that is supposed to look kind of old-timey and kind of look like a quiet scene that there's one person in, maybe you caught them in an off-the-cuff sort of moment, then that's a good one for this. Make it look kind of balanced, but have it act as if the colors and the shadows and light are interacting with the light sources and the background elements.
People are saying like Picasso or Salvador Dali.
Exactly.
Negative and positive.
Yeah, look at a Picasso. Yes, exactly. If you look at it, those are better words for it than I'm not very well educated. I just paint a lot. But that's, something like if you look at a Picasso painting, you look at the person's face and you're like, oh, wow, that eye is barely there and that one's big and it's jaggedy and it's coming right at me. He's probably trying to show you something that is meant to make you feel worried or upset or revolutionary about something. And that is the motivation behind the painting. It's not supposed to be a pleasant painting of kind of an unusual thing that is a private moment between two people. And that is, it doesn't mean it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a different message you're trying to make with the same tools. It's a lot of things like that, abstract expressionist sort of things, or cubist sort of stuff. A lot of that is playing on the fact that when you see things that don't look like they would be something in real life, that is why it makes you have a certain feeling when you look at it.
It's nice to have that. It's nice to know that those styles of art have that going for it.
Yeah, they definitely do. So that's a very, very different sort of style than I work in. Because those are usually
demonized by people who prefer.
Oh, well, some people just want to capture life, what it looks like, and it's like, you have cameras for that. If you're not doing something to make it, but it can be a perfectly reasonable excuse to try to capture something. It's a great excuse for doing a painting, is try to make something look as realistic as possible. But if you're also trying to make a narrative or trying to create a scene or tell a story or something like that, you want to think about those elements in it. And it can be done realistically or non-realistically or surrealistically or a combination of the two.
Yeah,
which I usually kind of
two
go
extremely
for.
photorealistic painters.
Yeah.
It might be difficult to tell their artwork apart.
Exactly. If it looks like a photograph, then it's like, that's really neat, you could do that. Then it's like, well, why would I want that person's more than that person's? So like, I don't know. Maybe your color choices are making a difference. Maybe at that point, it's less of a what technique or composition you're using. It's more of what elements of illustration or realism you're putting in there. If you're putting something that has, let's say you're painting a teapot or something, and you're like, well, I paint a teapot, it's going to look like a photo, and I'm going to paint a teapot, it looks like a photo, and you're like, yes, but I'm putting a dead piece of raw meat next to it, and you're just putting like a tea bag next to it. Then that's when you start telling your story, is in the props and the characters that you're putting in the painting.
Yes.
And that's a whole different sort of idea here.
Or, you think that you might not want to eat at that person's house for supper.
That's true. That's a good point. There are all sorts of reasons that you can read into artwork, and a lot of it just like what you like. Sometimes people like a painting because that blue matches their couch. I mean, there's lots of reasons people like artwork. Or, hey, this lady looks like my niece. I'm going to put this one in our living room because my niece visits us a lot. Or, there's any sort of reason you put things in it. A lot of it is whether or not you're trying to make it actually representational, like trying to look like real life, or if you are using it to be expressionist or completely abstract and it has no sort of representational elements in it all. Like it's, wow, it's kind of purple turning to blue, but I'm going to say this is a picture of my mother, and then you can get into a weird sort of discussion about that. And that can also turn into the Emperor's New Clothes very quickly. But you could, if you're doing something like this that has a mild level of surrealism, but I'm still trying to abide by the laws kind of this planet. But it's not this planet, it's just like a parallel universe of this planet, I guess.
purple turning into, or blue turning into purple and removing my mother.
You know what I mean.
Okay, no, that's
and then that's
funny,
when things like naming or titling a piece. If you have a plain white painting, and people have painted lots of plain white or plain black paintings, I mean, I'm not going to go into details, but there are quite a few people who have done things like that. If the way you name that painting all of a sudden gives it meaning. It's like, oh, this is called Winter 1944, and you're like, oh, that's meaningful. And you're like, oh, maybe it is. And that is a valid thing. The naming of that piece, the title of that piece becomes part of that painting, and that's part of the reason why you did it. As opposed to painting a really detailed little teapot and putting, I don't think there is a painting like that, and then putting the dead meat next to it. You know, that's just an example of things people like to paint, but
dead people?
Anything, you know, it's like, no, this was Gettysburg, you know, like, and it's a teapot with a dead foot by it, and they're like, okay, okay. The fact you called it Gettysburg as opposed to, like, our table at the morgue, you know, this was yesterday, you know, you don't want to...
It's like if you painted a really detailed picture of a scarf and thought it was your aunt or something.
Yes, exactly, man.
Something
you have very
like
good examples.
Yes.
The man who mistook his wife for a hat and all that. Thank you, Oliver Sacks. Woohoo! I, on the other hand, often don't even name my paintings until I have to scan it in and have to call it something so the gallery can put it like on a little card. I don't know. Again, like I was saying, at my old painting I've been looking at when I've been working on this one, the Absinthe Afternoon. Like, oh, I should call this one like Absinthe at midnight or Absinthe evening or something. Not Absinthe morning. I think we have this discussion.
Thanks for ideas, Jasmine.
Oh, yeah! Sorry.
Like, yes,
I got ideas, please. Man. Yeah, paint me my teapot Gettysburg paint. I should do that in the background of one of my paintings, and the cool people who watched me and said the Super Bowl would get it. The people who know about the ghost smiley face, man. I'm taking some of the purple and that same reddish brown, and I'm kind of going over some of the areas. Since I've done like 4 layers on the curtain now, some of my original lines are starting to disappear, so I'm kind of going over those, the darkest parts of them with the Payne's Gray mixed with the Van Dyke Brown mixed with that kind of burgundy, and that's starting to, it's kind of look like a dead meat by a teapot, but it's starting to look like it's a more 3-dimensional piece of fabric now. This will also, we're talking about balance and symmetry, we're going to have this solid piece of cloth, solid meaning it's all one color, but it's obviously very wrinkled and got lots of curves and things in it up there, as compared to down here, which I'm going to have, it's not perfectly symmetrical, but it's good enough. Once the water's all ripply, you won't be able to tell. This fabric, I'm wanting it to be very embroidered, and it will have a different color, and it will have a lot of surface detail as opposed to textural detail, meant from folds and divots and like shadows and overlay of one piece of the curtain over the other piece of the curtain. This one will be more smooth, but it will have a lot of painted
Jasmine,
detail on the top. Yeah.
Is this a redo of the painting Absinthe?
Kind of. It depends which one. There are a handful of paintings. There's obviously Van Gogh. There's quite a few people around turn of the century, France, 1880s France, did paintings that were absinthe themed. There's the Absinthe Drinkers is a very popular one. This is specifically a redo. This painting I'm working on now is a redo of my old painting from 2002 that was called Absinthe Afternoon, and
not to be confused with Absinthe. Which was
Absinthe, which was a fairy painting that had little green wings with skulls on them, and then I did Absinthe Mermaid, Alice in Absinthe. It's a common theme.
Goggles.
Absinthe Goggles. Yeah, there's
a few.
It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite
Absinthe
colors.
Butterflies.
Absinthe Butterflies. Yeah, that color of green I really like.
Anise and Artemisia.
Anise and Artemisia. Yeah, there have been a few. But they all kind of stem from this one, which I think was the first one I did that was absinthe themed, and it is loosely based on the idea of the 1870s through 1890s series, or even earlier, later than that, like 1904 paintings of people, mostly in Europe, who did paintings of people who looked depressed around late afternoon or evening, who were sitting at cheap diners. In this case, it's a fancy rococo nice place, but with mysterious tables floating with absinthe. So it's kind of a continuation of that theme, and I'm just probably being vain and trying to throw myself within the people who would have painted that. But I don't know how many other people are doing that now, so why not? So I'm going to take some of this darker brown and go over those initial lines while I can see them. By the time I'm finished with this painting, you won't see any of those little lines I did with my, where'd it go? My little tiny script liner brush. The ones I originally did when I sketched it out. You're not going to see those lines anymore because I will have put so many layers of color. And I'll be taking this little number 4 round brush, and I will be going over those lines and making them look smoother. So instead of being like a thin pencil looking line, like a script liner, it's going to be wider. It's going to be as wide as this brush, and it's going to get, as I push on it, the brush gets wider too. It starts off pointy, gets wider.
That reminds me of the end of Gamera's tail.
Yeah. Her tail would make a great brush. So
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
she has that weird otter tail.
Cremate her like we do our other ones. Yeah, yeah, she does. Her kind of comes to a point.
So Queen Tree says, any tips on drawing and painting reflections?
Well, that, I probably should have. I sometimes don't like sketching when I'm on Twitch because it's kind of confusing when I do it, and I turn things upside down a lot, and we get a lot of new people in the room like, why is it upside down? But when I do reflections, it depends what it is. If you can look at this one here, I don't know if you can see that. Maybe I'll turn this way. If you look at how, for example, when I did this one, I took a ruler. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. And I made a line. I made it about 2 inches, 1.5 inches from the bottom. And I did this before I drew anything on the painting. When I say draw, I mean I'm using a very thin paintbrush. I didn't use a pencil for this. If it was something really specific, let's say it was a logo for a company or something for Disney that needed to have exact proportions and as a style sheet or something, I would probably draw the top, then maybe get a piece of carbon paper and like flip it over like transfer paper and draw the same thing. Like you draw it once, flip it over, draw it on the bottom. I didn't do that with this one, but I could have done. This one is less important that it's exact because the reflection is going to be water. So if you look at that, it's like, oh, there's like a tree branch there, but it's not over there. It kind of looks like flowers. That's okay. It's not a big deal. The main shape of it, since it's I want it to look embroidered, the main bulk of color is going to be there. This is more a guide for me so that when I do go through and start adding the reflective sort of colors, and I'll see what I'm working on. I might be working on it next Saturday or next Sunday. If I am, I'll try to save the reflection bit for last so I can show you better. That way I will know, hey, this part is a darker part, that's a lighter color. Or the most important part of this, I try to make the most similar, and it's not exact, but it's pretty close, is her hand. You can see that hand's a little bit different, that pinky's a little bit more crooked, but whatever. Once it's in the water, you expect things to be a little bit changed, and since it's kind of got a surrealistic sort of drunky sort of absinthe theme going on anyways, if the reflection isn't quite right, it's like if you're doing kind of a creepy piece in a movie and the reflection of the person moves before the person who's in the actual main frame of the film moves, and that throws it off a bit. Exactly. It's like, yeah, Harry Potter movie mirror sort of stuff, that sort of stuff happening. So it's not exact, and that's part of the reason why I freehanded this one instead of getting a piece of carbon paper. Also, I kind of hate carbon paper. I don't like the gummy black stuff it puts on everything. But that would be a quicker way to do it, and it would be exact. This, I just kind of looked at it, and when I did this part, I turned it sideways. So like this is instead of being the right hand side, I made that the top and I made this the bottom. I had my ruler. I very loosely, actually the more I look at it, the more I see how different these sides are, but it's close enough. And once that part looks underwater, or under absinthe rather, it will look enough like it that you can tell it's supposed to be a reflection. The important thing is not to make it exact when I paint it. Like when I actually put the colors on it, I'm probably even I might turn it this way when I work on it, and I might smudge it. Like I'll take, sorry for my horrible bandages. When I paint this part, like I'll paint this all the way perfectly first before I start doing the reflection. But I'll keep some amounts of the colors so that the colors match at least. That is probably the most important thing. If there is a perfect shade of gold orange on the little fancy part of the table here, I want to make sure that exact same color, even if it isn't shaped quite the same, I want to make sure that color is there. So that way it looks like, it's like, oh yeah, because if you're standing in a bathtub, you're going to see your skin color, the color of your towel or whatever is going to be there in the water, but it's not going to be shaped exactly like that. But the color is going to be pretty much the same if you have an ambient sort of bright white light on you. The little spoon here is actually based on an absinthe spoon that we have in our kitchen drawer. So that is probably the most common sort of absinthe spoon you see. It's got little circles and little rectangles cut out of it. Sometimes you see pretty ones that have little flowers and things too. But that's one of the main things I use rulers for. I also used the rulers for when I was drawing the kind of the little pillar that's here that the curtain's resting on, to make a difference between that and then the little table / urn there. And also when I was drawing with my script liner, when I was doing the window,
Jasmine
kind of made like a windowsill there. Yeah.
Ren Girl 69 says she was disappointed in the Haunted Mansion.
Which one? In Florida or
yes?
Was she comparing it to the one in California?
I don't know.
That's well, it depends what you're going for. It is not. It is a ride.
It is a ride
for
from
children.
1968.
It is a ride. Again, they're having their 50th anniversary, and it's something made for children. It's a very immersive ride. I like it a lot. When I'm there, I know I'm in the Haunted Mansion, and I like that about rides. But if you're comparing it to the one in California was there first, so there are differences. The most obvious one I could think of is in California, for example, when you're in the stretching room, it's actually an elevator, like a proper elevator. You're moving to a different level. In Florida, it is the room, it moves, but it is not an elevator. It actually does stretch. And if you're comparing it to like the Phantom Manor in Disneyland Paris, that one is scary. Isn't it, Maddie?
It's creepy.
It's way more. That's more grown up.
It's not whimsical.
It's not. It's more Fangoria creepy as opposed to Disney creepy, and that's the European edge of it, I guess. That they don't care if 9-year-olds like soil themselves. It's genuine, and it's also weird. It's kind of Wild Westing. It's very odd. The Phantom Manor, and it's in French, which is odd, anyways. But and then there's the one in Tokyo Disney, which is also. That one's more like one here in Disney.
Also, the Haunted Mansion has one of the best effects ever when it has the reflections of the ballroom.
The ballroom.
That is
I love
amazing.
That. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for, right? It doesn't move around a lot. It's not like going on a roller coaster or anything. It's more of an immersive.
And that's like a camera obscura that Da Vinci might use.
It is, yeah.
I'm gonna go make a coffee real quick if you want to talk about
the camera obscura.
The Haunted Mansion movie with Eddie Murphy.
The movie where they talk about.
No.
Oh, okay.
I think it was okay. I can't wait for the next version.
Yeah, I guess they are making another one. Yeah, that was a kind of a time when Disney's like, oh, let's make a movie of all the rides.
They made a Tower of Terror with Steve Guttenberg too.
Yeah, they did.
I did not see it.
I didn't see it either, but I think it was probably direct to DVD. I don't know, but yeah, there you go. Actually, there was a part in the
and 999 ghosts.
No, there was a part in the again, it's not the best movie.
Zombies come out.
Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The part in the Haunted Mansion film, the Eddie Murphy movie that they made, that was about the Haunted Mansion. Disney made this movie. You can find it. They when they are under the water, and it's got the gross skeleton guys. That part is genuinely creepy. And to be fair, that in a way seems more like the Haunted Mansion that is the Phantom Manor that is in Disneyland Paris, because that has the underground part. You know how in like California or Florida, when you go in the Haunted Mansion, there's the graveyard scene. When you're at the Phantom Manor at Disneyland Paris, you go through, it goes underground. And you go underground and you like go through this old, for some reason it's American, even though you're in Paris and you just, suspension of disbelief and all that. And you go and then you're like underground and you see these, and this is in real life, this is a ride, you go and you see this, you feel like you're in a movie, but you're really there. And they have the coffins, and they've got a couple of the coffins that people have clearly been buried alive. And you see like these, and they look gross. They don't look like dead people. They look like real dead people. And the skeleton, it has like burrowed out a bit, like as much as they could get out through it's kind of like, in Kill Bill with Uma Thurman, she's like digging out and through that. But obviously they couldn't make it to the ground because they're way underground. But anyway, so you see these kind of decayed corpses and you go underground and it goes on for quite a while. And you're looking around and you're like, is this really a kid's ride? What who's this for? And it's kind of genuinely creepy, as opposed to being a more tongue-in-cheek 1960s sort of Hammer horror sort of creepy. It's like, this is genuinely kind of weird, and I appreciate that. I like that a lot. I like the other two.
Also,
so.
Space Mountain.
Yes, their Space Mountain in Paris goes upside down multiple times, and it has one of those, what is it called? Magnet, not maglev. When you go out with a magnet and it like shoots you out really fast.
It's more like the rock and roller coaster.
It's like, yeah, like the rock and roller coaster where like you go out and it's like, woo, and it shoots you off at like 60 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in half a second or whatever they do. And as opposed to Space Mountain in Disney here in America, either in Florida or California, which does not go upside down. And I rode when I think I was 3 or whatever in California, so it's like, your kids could go on it, and the one in little kids, and the one in Florida or in Paris is just like crazy, upside down, going 60 miles an hour from 0 just out of the hatch, sort of. It's also kind of Jules Verne themed, which is neat. Yes, so people who do travel from the various parks, Disney parks, to the different parks, sometimes it's a clone of the one that you've been on before many times, and sometimes it is a completely different sort of experience, which is also interesting.
Oh, ice cubes.
You're putting ice cubes in your coffee?
Set on ice cubes.
Oh, you didn't mean to put ice cubes. I'm sorry. I had ice cubes when I was making my tea, love. Okay. I'm taking kind of, again, like I said, I'm kind of going with cooler tones on the curtain here. Maybe we can see it. As I get lower to the ground, so that it will look like it caught some of the rising damp from the absinthe filling up her room here. So I'm putting a bit more of the Payne's Gray and some of the more purple instead of orangey sort of colors here.
Yes, we did see the Nightmare Before Christmas layover. We have been to Japan many times.
Oh yeah, yes.
Tokyo.
Yeah, we always, when we're in California, if it's anytime in between Halloween or Christmas, they always have the is layover what they say? I forgot. Overlay, I think.
I don't know.
Layover's like when you're in an airport for too long.
Yeah. we stopped in L.A. and it was all haunted mansion.
I was at the Tom Brady International Terminal.
But yeah, it's an overlay. But I was just reading the question.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Ricky says Gabriel had his eyes closed through the whole ride in Haunted Mansion in Paris.
Well,
I had my eyes closed the whole time at
Journey to the Center of the Earth. Oh, wow, I thought you were talking about in Tokyo.
Journey to the Center of the Earth I had.
You closed your eyes the whole time. I'm like, why do we come all the way to Tokyo if you're just going to close your eyes the whole time?
I get scared on rides.
That's okay.
Not from thrill, but from theme.
From theming. Again, one of the first rides you went on was Pinocchio, and you screamed on that one, so...
It's true.
He did. And you know what? It wasn't even Monstro the first time. It was Geppetto because he came out around the corner.
No, it was Monstro.
It wasn't. It was Geppetto the first time because you thought it was going to be Monstro. And it was Geppetto holding up his
Monstro comes first and then it's Geppetto.
And you screamed
Monstro comes first and then it goes,
you screamed at Geppetto thinking it was going to be Monstro.
Well, I thought it was going to be more Monstro, but it was Geppetto.
Monstro is pretty scary. And Geppetto, well, he's kind of an odd guy too.
Geppetto's not usually scary, but he was then.
Defensive. Monstro is pretty scary. But you're not scared of him.
The witch scared me on Snow White at first.
Yeah.
When she turns around and she's like, hey, I was like,
like when you're waiting in line. Yeah.
It was unsettling.
That was
it's not when you're in line. It's when you get on the ride and she's in the mirror and then she turns.
Oh, I see.
She's the hag.
Yeah.
Ugh. So I get scared of things like that, but you could drop me out of an airplane. I don't care.
There you go. It's over to each their own.
Psychological things.
Psychological things don't tend to scare me, but I like scary psychological things. So.
You know, I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, jumping out of an airplane would be fun. Bungee or anything like that.
But not like War Atrocities Museum.
But if I knew that there were like, I don't know, dinosaurs that I was going to land in, that would scare me.
Is there an airplane you can jump out of and you land in dinosaurs? Because I haven't heard about this.
I don't know. I hope not.
Sounds awesome.
I love a good psychological thriller too. I like to be scared.
I do too. That's one of my favorite things is psychological terror. You don't like realistic terror.
Well, the thing is, what I want to do is I really, really want the opportunity to fight back. I feel like I can't fight back. If I can't fight back, then I have to hold all that inside.
Like if there's something scary in a movie, you mean?
In a movie, not so much.
Okay, well, what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about like a ride or a haunted house. Or something like that.
I see.
It's weird.
Or like things that people would think were scary, like dead corpses or something. You don't like to see autopsy stuff and things.
Not in real life.
That's what I mean. If it's real life, you don't mind if it's made up, but if it's real life stuff, or like in Vietnam.
I'm trying to get more used to that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I also don't like to see like on wild animal shows when cats, chase down deer and eat them.
You would not have liked my Africa trip.
Well, I'm trying to get.
You would have liked it. You would have liked 99% of my trip to Africa camping, but you wouldn't have liked cheetahs eating the kudus like 2 feet away from you, and you would have not liked that.
I would have to live with.
We are vegetarians during this time. But that's what cheetahs eat.
Oh, I've read both books in You, Dory Rose.
Oh yeah, I have.
That's not the sort of thing that would scare me. You it's a psychological thriller, but it's not that sort of scary.
I like really well done psychological thrillers.
Yeah,
those are some of my favorite sort of books.
It's actually one of my favorite
or
books.
films. Yeah.
And the author's a very nice person. I've had a chance to talk to her a few times on the internet.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She's very sweet.
Yeah.
She's good to her fans.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Raffle.
Tiana. This is for Princess Tiana, and this is the postcard from Epcot International Festival of the Arts here at Disney World. Official Disney merchandise we have here. Apparently, it says WonderGrandGallery.com.
Right.
I don't know if I've ever
Lynn McMahon.
Woo! Congratulations, Lynn McMahon. I will autograph this for you and just follow the instructions that Maddie will post here in the chat room, and we will get her to you. I'm going to take this break, too, to run up and get the red stuff off my fingers now, and I will be back in a moment.
Did your hands get messy?
Yeah, again, first it was green, now it's all red. I mean, it looks worse because I'm all bandaged up, but I've got totally a zombie hand happening right now. It looks like blood or something all over me. But
yeah, clean that up.
Yeah, I also
hands.
Get some cashews. Do you want cashews?
I just had some when I was getting coffee, so I am good. What's that? Yeah, when that cherry goes, it's pretty fragrant. Right. Here you go, Lynn. Hopefully you're in the room. Hey, Mermaid Little, how's it going? But yeah, You is great. I definitely recommend the books. Also, the audiobook is good. I wasn't able to constantly read the book, so like I'd read a few chapters and then I listened to the audio of it, and it was well read. The person who was the reader for the audiobook was good. But no, I prefer psychological thrillers when it comes to pseudo true crime stuff or something like The Shining or something. Those don't scare me. It's more like we're talking about dinosaurs or weird stuff like that. I don't know why that scares me. And I used to be very, very terrified of whale songs. I know that sounds weird, but yeah, whale songs really, really creep me out. I could not imagine meditating or anything to the sound of a whale. So it just sounds very creepy and haunting and disturbing. Yeah, well, horror movies, so cheesy, you're probably thinking about slasher films. Horror movies are a broad gamut of things. The category horror is huge. So, one man's horror is another man's not horror. Just, there's got to be some movie that scared you. You're probably thinking of slasher flicks. I had a lady deliver her baby to a whale song. That's weird. I don't know what to say. Does the howling wind creep you out? Yes, it does. It really, really does bother me. Honestly, it does. It really, I don't know why it bothers me, but it very much does. I don't like the sound of it. I pass on anything with spirits and ghosts. The thing is, I'm good with spirits and ghosts because I don't have a strong belief in them. So I don't think, they just don't bother me. I knew that dinosaurs were once real. It's kind of creepy. Jane Doe. I'm not scared of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, so that's good. I like ghost movies too. Shadow Person. I would love... Now, shadow people very, very much interest me. I like to listen to a program called Coast to Coast, and some of the my favorite episodes are when they talk about shadow people. I don't necessarily believe in shadow people, but I love when people talk about shadow people or reptilians, and sometimes aliens, UFOs. I'm very interested in exorcisms, demonic possession, etc. But I don't like howling wind. It really, really bothers me for some reason. It might be that we've been through a couple hurricanes. I didn't like the sound. I don't know. Felt trapped inside. But yeah. Do I like the sound of howling wind, Jasmine?
No.
Yeah, I don't like it. It sounds like even though I'm not afraid of a wolf howl, I'm afraid. Can you think of an animal sound that really bothers me? It's kind of, well, I'll give you a hint. It's kind of a song. No. No, bird sounds are lovely.
Like, it's not a human?
Whales.
Whale songs. You don't like those. You're
yes.
afraid of whales. Yeah.
Foxes do sound creepy, but they don't bother me. They're not scary. We're talking about things that might scare a person or bother them. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So your child needs exercising. Interesting.
Oh,
Well, every doctor does recommend a little exercise. What do you see?
Black kitty. Oh, it's black and white kitty.
Oh, he's not the one.
He's the one we saw earlier.
Oh, he's not the one with the
He's
eye.
not the one with the eye. Black and white kitty.
No, I'm gonna. Oh, I don't want to scare him. I'll go out in a little bit and pull down the seats.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. I had to redo my stupid
So
finger bandages.
About an hour.
Mm.
Which?
Yeah, next time I wound myself, make sure it's not one of my writing
Jasmine,
fingers.
This is
Yeah.
cool.
What's that look?
Jokey Mom saw a shadow person.
Oh, really?
And as Jasmine knows, and I was telling her, I think it's some of Jasmine's favorite programs on Coast to Coast too.
Oh,
talk about shadow people.
I love Coast to Coast. George
I find
Mary's
the
awesome.
concept very, very fascinating. Shadow people, reptilians, and sometimes different UFO abductions.
I like hearing me some Hollow Earth stuff. So.
Yes.
That's something I was very obsessed with when I was younger. The idea of the Hollow Earth, and even as an adult, I tried to actually fund that expedition that was going.
Well, I wish that would have happened. I would have loved to have went with you on that.
I know. I thought it would be a great thing for the Discovery Channel.
The part in Finding Nemo where Dory talks in whale talk does not scare me. No.
Oh, because that's Ellen's talking like a whale.
It's done in a comical thing.
Yeah.
The actual whale songs are creepy.
It's funny, when I was little, I mean, that used to be something that was a popular thing to listen to. Like, it was supposed to be soothing, like if you're a spa or something. Yeah.
They know a person that had a baby to whale songs.
Oh, yeah. People do that when they do water births. They play like whale songs. It's supposed to be very soothing to people.
I don't get it.
Also, it's underwater.
Weird language.
Like when people have babies and they do when they do like water births, when they have them like in the little hot tub things they set up in your house.
The thing is, when I say something scares me, there's also a fascination that goes side by side with that.
Are you scared by me or Gamera?
What's that?
Are you scared by me or Gamera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both.
Are you fascinated by me or Gamera? Gamera's our cat, not the turtle.
Yeah, Gamera the turtle fascinates me to a limited degree.
But you're not afraid of Gamera the turtle?
I'm always fascinated with cats.
Cats are pretty fascinating. I'm kind of afraid of that gray and white cat in our
It's
yard.
because we were all mer people. Does Mermaid Little.
We all came from the ocean.
Yes.
We did. We all came from the ocean.
Well, it depends who you ask.
That's true. I came from the ocean. Okay.
I came from the water. It weren't no easy thing. I left my brothers there.
There you go. You know, the more I talk about this, is looking like a big horrible dead organ or heart up here. I will make it look less visceral when I make it look more like a curtain. When I start adding things like more of the green reflections in the shadows that will be coming up from the upper right hand side, and also the ambient light from the front, it will look less like a big dead steak or something and look more like a curtain, I promise. It kind of looks like granite or something too. But you can kind of see where I'm going. We have this as a more realistic sort of drapes and folds sort of curtain. And again, even though this fabric will be kind of a stiff formal gown, like in this old painting here from Versailles, it's going to be different colors than this. But I want that sort of surface level of intricate detail like you'd see in embroidery. So it's not going to be a whole lot of folds and flats down here at the bottom or reflected in the green bit there, but it's going to have a lot of surface detail, like embroidery, fake stitches looking like trees and stuff like that.
I am not afraid of the basements with the lights off.
I don't like basements. That's why I moved to Florida.
Yeah, there you go. Jasmine's afraid of basements.
I have lived in some places with terrifying basements that I am not going to get into.
Nearly everyone in...
illegally terrifying basements.
Nearly everyone from serial killer country is afraid of crawl spaces.
Nobody likes crawl... Nobody wants a crawl space. It's like, oh, you don't have a basement, but there's a crawl space. It's like, can I just say, no, I don't want... it's either going to be filled with dead bodies of young men or possums that passed away in their old age. It's not going to be anything that you want to find. I don't know how many... Remember, was it Kachina's house, Maddie, that had the crawl space? And I think Daddy or Robin went down and got the it was a long past old possum that had been down there. And then Robin kept the possum and put it in a pond, and so they kept it as a skeleton. Because the fish ate all the flesh off of it. Weird. And they took it out of Kachina's crawl space. My sister Kachina's crawl space. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I've got bones all over the place, but I don't... No.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fear, but it's something that really bothers me when...
A sense of dread?
Well, I was going to say, when animals are hurt.
Well, yeah, nobody likes that. Nobody wants to hurt animals.
I think it bothers me more than most people. More than it bothers most people.
You need to watch the Circle of Life video more.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying when...
No, I haven't eaten animals for 20 years. That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's...
people being mean.
People are animals too, though. You can't forget that.
Well, okay, but I'm talking about being unnecessarily cruel.
Well, that's just being rude to anything. That's not okay.
I remember growing up in a not the best area of the world, and many little boys being mean to animals. It really bothered me.
I remember at school somebody taking a tail off of a cat and put it in our little mailbox that was supposed to have Valentine's Day.
I can't do that. That's awful. That just makes me want to...
Makes me really, especially cats. I know cats very well. Obviously, I love cats. I talk about them a lot, and they have such very obvious personalities, and I can't abide people doing that sort of thing.
I have zero tolerance for that. It's awful. That's I don't know what that is. That's not quite a fear. It's something though. It's something that
it's not being able to tolerate something.
Yeah. It's sometimes one of those things where you leave humans to their own devices, and they're sometimes not the best people, you know? Mm-hmm. They show their true colors. Some people are great, obviously.
If nobody's there, would you have done that?
Exactly.
Would you have stolen the cash register if nobody would know and they never find out?
Exactly.
Would you still take it? It's a silly sort of thought experiment.
But some people
people ask you like at slumber party games or something, and just no. If you have the idea that it's like, well, I don't know, let's extrapolate. If everybody felt that way all the time, would it be a better society or a worse society? If it's a better thing, then maybe it's an okay thing to do. If it's a worse thing, then just don't do it.
I remember that we had a crawl space in one of the houses we lived in.
Oh, in Grandview?
Yeah. And we had what was called a gravity furnace.
Oh, we had a gravity-fed furnace,
and it kind of nested within the central part of... So imagine a block of house. Like, not a shotgun house, but a bit wider.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the gravity heater was in the central part of it, and it rested underneath.
Did it have weird arms that kind of went through it, and had heat registers that came out?
It only had one register in the middle of the house.
Well, I mean,
3 foot by
was it per building, or was it was it like an apartment or a duplex, or was it your own house?
It was a one building.
Oh, okay.
And that one vent was supposed to heat the whole house.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So in the winter, the kitties.
Ginseng would do that.
Well, we opened the thing that blocked the crawl space so the cats could get under there and keep warm, because we felt so bad for them.
Yeah. You got to remember, though, cats are, as far as animals go, much more than humans, are very good at tolerating hot weather and cold weather.
Grinchy says, I was told in a dream that there was a box of money buried there. My mother was the one in the dream. It was too vivid. I still can't bring myself to go in there.
Oh,
We live in my house. My grandmother lived there before the death.
Don't post your address.
I'll go and find your money.
Yeah, you say that, Maddie, but I don't know if you would in real life.
You say that. I will give you all the money, I promise.
Whatever, Maddie. You're just talking about how you're afraid of whale songs on video.
I'm not afraid of the crawl space, though.
Okay. I thought that's what we were talking about.
I'm not afraid of crawl spaces. Sorry if it was mentioned, but what is the name of this piece?
I haven't decided yet. And again, it's kind of not a redo, but like sort of a revisitation of an earlier painting I did in 2002 called Absinthe Afternoon. And this is going to be called Absinthe something, or something Absinthe. I thought about calling it Absinthe Evening. I want to see how the rest of the painting turns out. And that's when I was talking about the different times that you can give meaning to a piece of artwork. One of them is naming it, and that's usually the last thing I do. Sometimes I start with an idea of a name and I build a painting around it, but usually I do a painting and then I choose a name. Sometimes I say, hey Maddie, what's a good name for this? And that is, the names people like are usually ones that he came up with, so I don't know. A lot
of that's because
it might be evening. You're better at your words and making letters and all that, and I'm better at making pictures, so.
That's oversimplification.
Yeah, that sounds very Mark Twain. I'm sorry, I'm from Missouri, but
you're very good at that, actually. Especially
I'm very well read, but I am not well educated. Hey, I'm good at spelling. I'm one of the best spellers in the world.
I'm a great speller, but Jasmine's a fantastic speller.
National Spelling Bee? Yeah, okay. But yeah, if I were to look at this, I put that, since you guys have been watching, I put that green kind of glaze, as I'm using the word now, on top of the background I did. In looking at this, I don't know. It might be harder to tell for you guys watching this on the television or your telephones or whatever, if that is nighttime or daytime. What do you think, Maddie?
See, I'm bad at this. I'd say nighttime.
Because I'm trying to think of it is kind of warmer there, but sometimes if it is a night that has a lot of moisture in the air, like if it's kind of foggy out or kind of a misty sort of evening or something, the moon will look warm. But if it's a sort of night where everything's very dry and there isn't a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, the moon looks very cool and it looks very blue. But everybody's seen a blood moon. It looks very warm. So I'm not sure if that is a moon or a sun there. So I'm going to have to look at the rest of it. And it's not like it's a mystery and I'm trying to solve it. But once I'm done, I'll think, oh, that's an evening, obviously. Or maybe that's midnight. I'm not going to say morning because I don't think anybody needs to be drinking absinthe in the morning. I'm all about mimosas, but I'm not going to have absinthe in the morning. That is depressing and
Jasmine.
Stomach hurting. Yeah, what's that look?
A couple things. Someone says it looks like dusk.
Okay.
And then
evening.
Someone asked what color does Jasmine think the dress will be, and someone said Absinthe Reflections would be a great name.
Oh, that would be actually really good. Okay. I'm not saying we can call it that. I'm writing it down. If I don't use it for this one, I may use it for a future one. So I don't know if you guys see the top part of my desk. I hope you don't.
That's not a morning dress. Well, this is not a normal person either.
No. Reflection. Actually,
if I never hear reflections, it's because we've been at Epcot so much lately. I think of
I was going to say
reflections of
Earth. But no, I was going to say it was, in a way, reflections would kind of match the idea of it, not just because of the reflection of the water at the bottom, but also because it is a reflection on something that was from my youth, kind of an old painting of mine from when I was a teenager until now. I'm doing it now, and I'm an older person looking at it, so. That could be a double entendre or whatever. So yeah, entendre. Yes, that's a good name either way. It's actually it sounds like it would be an Etsy store for like really cool jewelry or something, but I don't know. So I have done this kind of red, and I'm kind of liking the color, even though I'm going to probably do several more layers. And if I do, I'll probably either show you guys up at Patreon, Instagram, Facebook, etc. while I'm working on it this week, or I might wait on this one. Depending on whether I get my Madame Leota thing passed from Disney for the Haunted Mansion project or not. So I might be working on that. But I can't work on that one on Twitch. So I might be working on this one next weekend. But at any rate, I'm liking that sort of color. As you can see, that sort of, I don't know how, again, I never watch these. I can hardly bring myself to watch these broadcasts. But if it's kind of like a wine sort of brown, reddish purple color up there. Versus the kind of yellow, bluey, dark, light sort of thing that's happening over here. So I'm liking that, and I'll probably do a lot more detail and make it look velvety by taking very tiny brushes and making little dots over it, or putting dots on my finger and going da 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 da. And that makes it look like I put dots on. But now I'm starting to think about what color I'm going to make her dress. This one, if you have ever talked to anybody who's gone to art school, or if you ever pretended to kind of go to art school for a while, they talk about like the rule of thirds as far as making color choices. Like if I were to do that, I would think about going with like a total deep royal blue and using gold for the highlights. But again, I'm kind of looking at, I like this picture here, and I'm kind of basing her dress in like, her hands aren't quite the same, but they're kind of like that. It's like she's got one hand out like that and one hand like this, and I really like how this picture looks, but she's painted more realistic colors that aren't saturated, so.
Purple and gold, but you have to think about the green.
That's the thing. Even if she had at that point, if you have a super bright green, and people always have memes that like that one dress that people couldn't tell if it was blue or yellow or whatever it was like a year ago or whatever. If you have a really bright light shining on you, sometimes you can't tell what color the actual fabric is based on what the things are around it. And you can very much carry that over and use it as a device almost in paintings. That can almost be a narrative element too. If you're like, oh, obviously when her dress is down here, it's this color, but when it comes out of the water, it's a different color. Or when it goes into the water, it's a different color. And then it gives another element, another overlay of like surrealistic sort of stuff happening. So color choices are a big part of how things are, especially on now that the internet obviously acts like it's a new thing. But when you're looking on Instagram and you see something that's square and you're like, oh, is it eye-catching? And there are a lot of general rules of artwork, and you're like, oh, use that color and make it with that color, and then it will pop, and it's like an advertisement thing, and you're like, oh, I like that. I don't know why I like that, but my eye likes that, and I'd like to purchase those colors, and it's a weird sort of interplay that hasn't always been there for artwork, but once it's been downsized to something that's on your phone that size, you don't know. And I hate thinking about that sort of thing, about how it will look on Facebook or whatever, or Instagram, but you kind of have to. I don't know. At the very least, one thing I've done a lot of the layers. Again, I was looking at that painting. I've kind of changed how my corset is because I didn't want to make her look so curvy. I wanted to keep her kind of more, every century has its own ideal of how a female body is supposed to look. There are times that you're supposed to look more curvy, or you're more top heavy, or you've got more tiny waisty, or more bony, or more, fleshy, or whatever. And I'm trying to keep it more abstract as far as that goes, so it kind of looks timeless. And I like doing that because I think that's more inclusive, and I think everybody likes that, and I certainly like that because I'm very kind of bony and not very top heavy, which is apparently what's popular now. But and she's got no, really though, if you're looking at people who are like, oh, this is the lady of the 2000s, I mean, what do they look like? I don't know, but it's probably not what I look like. But so I'm trying to keep it kind of more focused on the exterior sort of layer of the design of her outfit as opposed to what her body looks on it. I'm not making her all cleavagey or anything. So I'm trying to make that into, in itself, an interesting pattern. And I've also kind of, I don't know if you can tell, but I've kind of drawn some things in here that might look at first like they're parts of, like it was a plant or a tree or branches or something, but it's got like little faces in it too. So that's always kind of fun. I like throwing a lot of hidden symbolism whenever I'm working on something. And I want that to tie in, which is why I put this pillow. When I did this to begin with, I had a column when I was drawing it, and I just had the solid, like a marble plaster over there. And it was not going to have anything behind it. And I was like, no, I'm going to steal that pillow from that painting. I totally stole that pillow and flipped around. It's public domain, so I can steal that pillow I want. So I'm going to, and made it the other way. So I put a pillow there so it doesn't look like a solid, like, marble pillar there. Yeah.
So, Ren Girl says pale gray and yellow.
Oh, gray and yellow. Yeah, that is the one that is in the painting. Is kind of like, it might have even been gold. Back then it was kind of a cool thing to like actually take gold thread and put it in your dress. And you're just like showing off your wealth. It's like buying a Lamborghini or something and showing off, oh, look, yeah, my dress costs more in your house. I think that was probably a show-off thing. Yeah.
Are we going to get a Lamborghini?
I don't drive. I don't know, man. Yeah. You're going to get the same crappy minivan we always get until it dies, and then we're going to buy an identical one after. You can get your own job and buy your own car, love.
No, I got my own job.
Yeah, you can write your stories and buy your own car. I bet it's going to be a minivan. I bet you're going to be able to fit a lot of paintings in the back. Yeah. Okay. All right. But yeah, in the painting I'm looking at, she does, again, I looked at kind of the sleeves because I'm trying to make it look old-timey like that. Like it's from the what this would have been. She was born in 1703, died in... She became queen in 1703, and then she was the longest reigning queen, actually, in France. She was Polish originally, but she reigned for 42 years, so that would have been 1700s to the 1750s, and so that would have been a time that they had probably a few dresses they would wear, but if they were getting a portrait taken, they probably would have had like that one dress. And this is the idealization of that time period, as that was the dress you would have worn then. Like if you're going to get your portrait taken, you're going to wear that dress. And I want to have the idea, it's like, it was that style of dress, but it wasn't necessarily the dress that Queen Marie from, I don't know her last name, she was like I'm very bad, and my Western tongue is not good at remembering Polish names, because she was one of King Stanislav's daughters, and Lesinski and such, and that was her, and she had
I also have issues
not
with
good.
Slavic.
I have problems with a lot of the Eastern European words and a lot of the Asian words that I can say them phonetically, or I can write them down, but I'm not very good at pronouncing them. I feel bad about that, but I'm young. I'll keep living. I'll get better at it.
You put the fun in phonetics.
You know. But the portrait is by Carl van Loo, and he did a portrait. He was kind of the court painter for Versailles before Marie Antoinette even thought about being there. Again, somebody asked about Marie Antoinette earlier, and she would have been not related to her really, although all those people are really kind of related, but she would have been the grandmother-in-law, because she was the grandmother of Louis XVI, and she was married to Louis XV. And I think that's him in the picture here. I think that's supposed to be Louis XV there. But, again, very idealized sort of thing. Also, she's got a cute little doggy. Can you see the doggy? Yeah. There's a doggy.
Let me see.
He's a honey. But anyways, I like that sort of dress, so I'm kind of going with that style of dress, but I don't want it to specifically be her dress, but I want it to look like as if this was a portrait, that would have been the dress that she wanted to wear. It's like your picture day at school. You're like, hey, I'm going to wear my good dress. This is my Sunday clothes. I'm going to wear these. I'm going to go get my picture taken. So I want it to have that sort of really ornate look, but I've got to think about the colors that are going to go on it. I've given her dark hair, which, if you're going to think about that time period, really, if you were going to get your picture taken, you wouldn't have, it wasn't a photo, but you would have gotten your picture painted. Everybody then would have probably had that sort of generic Rococo sort of silver, pre-Rococo, it would be Baroque. It wasn't even Baroque yet, it was before then. That sort of silver thing, it's like, it could have been on her, it could have been on George Washington, we don't know. But it wasn't to the quite extravagant sort of 2-foot high hair with a bird cage in it that her granddaughter-in-law would have worn.
Jasmine,
so yeah.
What is the left of her on the table?
Let me see.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. This is mirrored, or is it my left or their left?
It would be your left.
Okay.
For the girl
the girl in the picture. Gotcha. Okay, here, I'll show you what's happening here. What I'm doing here is I'm painting kind of a fountain. If you can tell, I don't know, I put 2 little tiny spigots. I've only kind of sketched them in. It's kind of a jug of absinthe, which is the liqueur that you can drink it straight, but you don't want to. You don't want to drink that by itself. What you do is you take like a glass of water, or you have water in that, and you drip it down in the one or the other, and you mix it together with water. It gets cloudy and green. And I'm painting a tiny little. I'm doing a champagne glass. I know there are special glasses for absinthe, and I kind of painted that in the first one. It's more of like a sort of, what do you call it? Not a highball. I don't know my glasses well, but not a Pilsner. Something in between those two things. But on this one, I'm kind of doing a champagne glass because this is an idealized picture. It's not supposed to be any specific. It's not a specific time period. But she's got a little glass there. She's got a little fountain there. It's got the little spigots on it. And then there'll be a little pillow with the sort of French fleur-de-lis design, which is going to acknowledge the fact, hey, it's Absinthe, hey, it's the 1700s, and hey, she's got her fancy dress on. And this is kind of a neat table that is halfway based on the table that is in the painting of Queen Marie by Deleu there, or Van Deleu. And then we've got, it's also kind of based, you know, the table that's at my dad's house, Maddie, that has the lions on it in the corner?
Yes.
It's kind of based on that table, too.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, there you go. So, this is the time where I'm thinking about where the green is going to start leaking out from the background. Because I might decide on, let me scoot this over so you can see when I'm working better. Again, I can't see the TV, so I don't know what people are looking at. Can you see the little jug here, the little glass thing, love, where my hand is?
I can.
Okay. I'm going to think of that as one of the light sources. That will be one of the primary light sources. We've got an ambient light source, which is the one that's going to be hitting her face and her clothing. We've got the sort of back secondary light source that will be the weird moon, probably moon. I thought sun originally, but then why would it be there in the evening? So that'll be probably a moon in the background as a secondary. And we've got the primary one here, which will be the little jug here. So I'm going to actually get some white paint, which I have not used yet. When you see me use something like white paint so far, it's actually been Titan Buff. There are two paints I use a lot that are almost like white. There's Titan Buff, which is more like kind of a putty sort of light beige color, and then there's Titanium White, which is whitest white, very white. It's like flake white or lead white if you're using oil paints. It's kind of like that. Very, very opaque, very, very white. So that is going to be the whitest thing in the painting I use. So I'm going to use a little bit of that because I think that the little dispenser here, the little jug here, is going to be a light source. Because regular Absinthe does not do that. It's more like you're in a dark ride with like a dark light on it, and it's like kind of glowing and it's fluorescent or something. So a little bit of that, and that will help me when I'm looking at it to decide what other things are going to be lit from that, and also what colors are going to be affected by that when I start painting. So I'm taking just some pure white, and I'm not going to leave this pure white, but I'm going to act as if, I'm just thinking of, like, if this was a glass jug. This is kind of a combination of the vase that is in the painting that we were looking at a second ago, Queen Marie. And it's also that and that of a absinthe fountain. Again, either has absinthe in it or just plain water. You either have absinthe in the fountain and you put it in the water, or you have water in your cup and you put absinthe in it. So you don't want to drink it by itself. Or maybe you do. You can do what you like.
Do what you
can
like.
Do it. I told you have permission now.
You can do whatever you like.
Do whatever you like. Do whatever you like. But no,
I do like doing whatever I like.
That's like everybody's favorite thing to do, man. I just but I'm putting some just random kind of white highlights on here. This is kind of like, looks like some sort of weird sort of like pitcher you'd got like at a, pitcher like you're pouring lemonade out of a pitcher at a thrift store or something.
Bad pronunciation of picture.
No, which I probably would also say because I'm from Missouri, but
you could say picture.
Picture. No, this is a pitcher, like a pitcher of lemonade. You're pouring it out, except it's not. It's Absinthe. But something like old carnival glass you'd got like at a thrift shop, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so gonna take this on Antiques Roadshow, and I didn't know it was worth $80,000 or something. It's got that sort of 1920s Depression era feel to it, but is obviously a 1720s sort of style to it.
It looks like that even as fancy as he was, Toulouse-Lautrec wouldn't even be able to get a hold
Oh
of it.
no, this would have been hundreds of years before him, but he did like painting absinthe, didn't he?
He would like the contents within.
Hey, he's in the Moulin Rouge, huh?
A little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Who plays him, Maddie?
That would be Jean Leguizamo.
Yes. French name, right?
Jean.
Oh, yes.
Juan Leguizamo.
Yeah, there you are. Either. They're actually
anything
very
but John Leguizamo.
Well, it's like saying you're from Georgia instead of Florida. They're Spain and France are actually quite close to each other. But,
Will there be mini prints of this one and the Devil at Planet Comic Con in March?
Yes. Since both of these, the originals will be there, we will definitely have mini prints. Like, if you're asking about the ones that are like the photo prints that they're like photos you'd get that are like 4x6s, we will definitely have them there.
And also 8x10s, probably.
Yeah, we'll have 8x10s. We'll probably have canvases there too. And if not, we'll have them soon on Strangeling.com. But since that is a show that isn't a gallery show and it's not for Disney or anything like that, I'll just have those on my website too. But as far as mini prints go, if you want the little 4x6 ones, we will definitely have them there.
So, Jasmine.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the Super Bowl's half an hour in.
Oh, was that?
And we are at 85 years.
Oh my gosh, people stayed with me.
Yay.
Thank you guys. I felt so dumb after scheduling this like literally during the Super Bowl, but I'm glad that people stuck with it. Thank you. You are the cool people. Or the people who are watching the Super Bowl now and you've just like opened up to win prizes and you don't even know I'm talking. Otherwise, have fun. So,
yeah, I don't think
do as thou wilt.
My family across town are watching the Super Bowl.
That's fine.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It might be commercial people too.
I was gonna say I've known people who don't even like football and they'll watch it because they want to watch the adverts on it. So whatever.
They're just kicking off now.
Thou wilt. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm actually gonna take a little bit of white and put it on her thumb here because if you're thinking about this as being like a view in a window or something like that, where the light is going to hit around her, I've kind of made her hair blowing in the wind as if it's a European window that doesn't have glass or like, you know, a screen in it. You know how like if you're in France and you open a window and just like open, you could climb out of it. It doesn't have a screen or glass or anything. It's kind of like that. So her hair's kind of blowing over there. And if there is moonlight coming in, it's obviously going to hit this corner of the little tureen there. It's got her absinthe indoor water in it, and she's got her little champagne glass. It's also going to hit that part of her hand. Since I want this part of her hand to actually look like it's in front of her arm, it's not like it's moving back. Her hand is like moving forward. So I'm going to hit, even though it's not going to be white probably when the painting is finished, as a kind of a shorthand, no pun intended, to myself, I'm going to take some of that pure titanium white, put that on like the conflict here of where her thumb meets up with her indices finger here. And I'll make that part of her hand a lot whiter, very brighter. Again, it doesn't even matter if she was green or brown, or this is where the light's going to be hitting it. So I want to make sure that's the lightest part of her skin tone there. Whatever sort of skin color I give her, I'm going to put that on top. So that will be brighter just because the window light is hitting that part of her hand. What you have to do when you're trying to make things look more realistic when you're painting a person that has multiple light sources, you stop thinking of it as a person after a while and you think of it as a teapot. I'm going to use that every time because I like tea. So if there was a teapot, if it was a teapot and it was being hit from that side, you would make that part lighter. Don't think of it as being fingers, and don't think of it as treating every finger differently. You don't want to overdo that and then it looks weird, like she's got a bunch of strange little lobsters for a hand or something. But think of it as like one big clump of a teapot there, and the light's hitting her hand there. And that's the part that's hidden by the light. Yeah.
Shaylee says, I've said it before and will say it again. I love how you paint skin.
Oh, thank you. I do tend to use my own skin a lot on it. It's like I'll put a little bit of light on there and
I like how
it makes it look very soft. Yeah.
I like the pose of the hands.
Yeah.
Which are very much how Jasmine holds her hands naturally. Because Jasmine holds her hands in a kind of unnatural way.
I think
there's an elegance to it. Hard to explain.
It's classy. Yeah, a lot of times when I want references, again, I like how they are in the picture there, but I don't want it to look just like that. I want it to look more casual, and I also want to have a little bit of more dynamic where her hand is than where her arm is. And all of a sudden, we look at that, it's not necessarily that you know that, it's not like her hand is glowing. When you see the background, you're going to see the color is different than where her hand is. You're going to think, oh, the light's hitting her hand there. So it's not me painting like streams of light from the upper left-hand side, or my upper left rather, your upper right. It would be, hey, this is how that light is affecting the things that that light is hitting. So that kind of is more painting light than worrying about where the light is to begin with. It's the stuff around it. It's like if you have a flashlight. It's just the circle around you that's kind of lit up and kind of underlit or upper lit. Yeah.
What's your favorite size canvas that you like? Meaning what you paint on?
I like to work on.
Yeah, because when maybe you're saying because when I draw bigger sizes, I start to lose proportion.
Ah, yeah, that is an easy thing to do, and I most of the time I paint. It's usually between. If it's like a more substantial piece of work I'm doing for a gallery or show something, it's like usually between 12 by 16 inches to maybe 18 by 24 inches. And I do occasionally work larger than that. And when I do run into that a bit. And I've done a handful of pieces that are larger than that. And those are actually some of my favorite pieces. I'd like to do more complicated pieces. When I do, though, what I do is I take a photo of it or I walk in front of a mirror with it. And I walk back and I hold it away from me and I'll turn it upside down, either on my phone or if it's a mirror, I'll hold it and it would be the opposite of it. And if it looks like, oh my gosh, that is so way off balance, or wow, that hand is like way too big than it should be, or that eye is like way off to the side and it's trying to escape her face or something, I will be able to see that and then I can go back and correct that when it's back on my easel. So it is harder to see when you work on a bigger piece. I have not done anything like
the only thing I could
murals,
say,
but yeah.
I mean, I don't paint at all, but what I would do is I would sketch something and then make a grid.
Well, to be fair, I do that often too. Often I'll take when I do things that are sometimes I'll do things that, like, let's say it was something that was something we designed as a figurine first. So it was like, oh, there's a sculpture of this, and then I can like take my ruler, make it into like 18 squares. That it's over there. I can do that.
It's like the little puzzle games you used to get. You know the puzzle books?
Yeah, I know those. Yeah. It's like this square, make a diagonal line. This one, make a curved line.
And then it has a picture at the end.
And you can totally do that. You can even, again, we talked about carbon paper. I try to mostly use that if it's something that has to be backed. And then it's like, hey, they approved the sketch. It's usually for clients, not for stuff I do myself. I'm like, hey, this has to be the same, but it has to be 3 times as big. Then I'll use a piece of not tracing paper. It's like carbon paper. It's black on one side, and you trace on top of it, and then you can take your picture that it was a sketch and put it on there. So that's what people I know who work. I have a few artist friends who do really large, like commercial murals on the sides of buildings and things, and that's the way you do that. Like,
I think that's how Wyland does it.
Yeah, that's an example I was thinking of. But yeah, you do a painting of whales and you do it like a 12 by 40. It's a big side of a building. And they're like, okay, we're going to take a big thing and make dots on it. And we're just going to paint it so it looks like that. And it's like, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, also,
so if it gets really big, then
for those local people, if you guys want to have some fun, they do a cute little figment mural daily at Epcot at the Festival of the Arts. If you get in there early,
every morning they restart it and you can be a part of it. Figment, the little purple dragon.
Yeah, so it's already squared out, so they let you paint.
That's a very good example of using a grid.
Yes, and it looks really cool. I'll take a picture of it next week.
Yeah.
If I'm not there before that, but it's really cute, and children and grown-ups can get involved.
Yeah, basically, and they say go to this square, make it this color.
Yes, and then after everyone's done, it looks kind of like a.
Like not a paint by number, but something
kind of pixelated.
Like an 8-bit sort of thing. It's like, you can see how you can extrapolate
from across the lake. It would look perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost like a mosaic or something.
Mm-hmm. Very much like a mosaic.
And you can kind of do that yourself. So if
with something detailed like this, Hosanna, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, if I had, I mean, there are ways. Let's say I drew this originally. It was like on a piece of paper I had in my pocket on the back of a receipt at a restaurant or something like that, and I'm like, oh, I really like this. I could have printed it out. If you had a big enough printer, you could make it to that size. You could take a piece of paper, or you could use some people use projectors and stuff. I'm not really into sketching a whole lot.
That's what kind of we're talking about, camera obscura.
Yeah, camera obscura thing. It's exactly like a projector, and you could like put it down there, and you put a projector, put it on the wall. People who do murals do that a lot, and that's the way you pretty much have to. Otherwise, you're gonna start in very small detail, and then just kind of lose scope of how it's gonna turn out.
Because we're tiny.
People are not big. Yeah, no, it's true. My stepsister Sonia's done some very big murals, and it's like you got to plan that ahead of time, and know you've got to have all
in one way or another.
Yeah.
But as far as the scale you
this
work
is not
on,
big enough.
You feel comfortable with.
This is fine. As long as it fits on my table, I can pretty much sort it out.
There are many different ways. For example, if you want a totally different way to lay out, paint, and everything, look up Donato Giancola's.
Oh yeah, he
it's
does
a very,
more
very
computer
different
stuff and things.
process.
If you have people who are like posing for you as models, and you have photo references or you have computer stuff, he's a very good example. Annie Steg-Gerard does a really cool thing where she like does it on her iPad first and then like prints it out and then paints it on board, and her husband.
That's kind of like a mixed media sort of.
Yeah, it is. So you kind of then you wouldn't have to be silly and be like me and like pick out your colors when you're actually working on the painting. So that might actually save time. So I'm just not really comfortable with a lot of computer stuff.
Again, Da Vinci uses a camera obscura. It's not cheating or anything.
I don't know if Da Vinci did, but
I think he did.
Okay, he had a camera obscura. I don't know how much he used it in his artwork. What he used it on? But
Donato Giancola? I'll see if I can find the website for you.
No, you said Da Vinci.
It's somebody in the room.
Oh, you're talking to somebody in the room. Yeah, give him a link. Hey, Donato's going to be at Spectrum at the Planet Comic Con. He's on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, Amber sent me a link. He's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure that you can get his DVD.
He is an art professor. Where's he live? Boston?
DonatoArt.com.
Yeah.
I'll just send you the link.
He's an oil painter, and he does a lot of very specific layouts. That's a lot of what he talks about: sketching, layout. He'll have like models.
This is going closer to photorealism.
Yeah, this is getting much more realistic, and this
not
is the sort of thing where you hire people to like be in your room and like hold big buckets of things and wear armor and take photos of it and make it like it's a still life and you're putting on your page. So
now, if you want to add your own style to that, you can add
you totally
realistic
could.
Elements, but then change other things.
Yeah, exactly.
But Donato,
my sort of things that wouldn't really work with.
Honestly,
I can't
guys,
get big-headed people to.
From the things that I've seen out there, if I personally decided, hey, I'm going to be an artist and I'm going to do this, I would use Donato's lessons. Myself.
He grew up in New York, and he's.
I would not use Jasmine's. Jasmine's looks.
I'm more slapdash about things. He's a lot more precise.
Yeah, Jasmine.
Well, he paints a lot more realistic.
I don't want to say more difficult. It'd be more difficult.
No, I don't think it's more difficult. I think it's more. I don't know. Not paying attention.
But yes, please check out. Actually, the DVDs are right there on.
Yes, the website. He has wonderful DVDs about. Hey, I'm going to paint something that looks realistic.
Planet Comic Con in Kansas City.
Amber told me he's going to be there because I've got.
He even has an online mentoring class.
He's a professor. Again, I forgot if he's in Boston or where. He grew up in New York, and he used to like just go to the Met all day.
He got a Chesley Award. In 2017.
He's got the Spectrum Grandmaster Award. He's awesome.
But yeah, and
those are oil paints, but I don't really see the difference between media as far as what sort of techniques you're using really specifically, because I use a lot of things that some people would say are oil painting techniques, but these are acrylics mixed with water.
Yes.
You could probably use them for drawing.
His technique.
You could probably use them on your iPad if you're doing digital. I mean, there's a lot of things you could probably use very, very multimedia-y. So.
Oh yeah, I bet you could. Yeah. Actually,
that'd probably work really
off with
good
the photo session.
If you start off with a photo, it'd probably really
definitely
be
do that
easy
if you're
stuff.
do digital too.
Yeah. Definitely. He's definitely a neat guy to check out, and he's super nice also, and he likes talking about art.
He paints big,
and he paints pretty big. Yeah, I have a few of my collectors who collect my art, like my originals, also collect his, which is a very nice compliment to me, as opposed to vice versa. But he's a nice guy.
Yes, I think one of the videos starts off with him with a stormtrooper's helmet on.
I believe it does. I'll leave that
I kind of chuckled at. After that, it gets very serious.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. He does a DVD of his Joan of Arc painting, which is great, and he does the I want to call it the machinist. It's not called that.
Actually, I think you might be the mechanic.
It's not the machinist. That's the Christian Bale movie. The mechanic, yeah, and she's out in space, and she's like working on the space station, kind of.
Yeah, if you.
I remember I watched.
Yes, he has Painting Joan of Arc.
Yes.
There's a digital download. You guys could have that tonight.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm talking about DVDs because I got
years
ago. You can probably see them on your phone.
So there are three.
I'll
actually post that too.
Okay.
There are 3 things you could get. You could get the Joan of Arc digital download tonight if you wanted. Yeah. Then the Joan of Arc DVD is $49.95, and the Mechanic DVD is $54.95.
Because I don't
those honestly with the lesson and it was just fun to watch.
Yeah.
Those are worth the price.
Oh yeah, yeah. The one that I did with the mechanic, I remember watching that before I painted my Three Fates painting, because he showed about painting galaxies and stars. Yes, and I watched that, and I think, did he have a toothbrush? He had something, and he had like paint on it, and he's like flicking it with his fingernail, and it like made stars everywhere.
I didn't do it with a toothbrush,
but that's what I did with one of these horrible old brushes I've had for like 20 years. I like put some white paint, and I'm like choo choo choo, and it was
also,
like, oh my god, it looks
Fleming
like stars.
had a good one too.
Yeah, he had a very good one.
Let's see if I can find this.
That's another one too. If you want to have a more realistic sort of fantastic realism approach to something, if you have people that can model for you or something, that's actually really helpful. My characters aren't very realistically shaped, so if I do need models, I tend to use myself and just pretend my head's real. I mean, I've got a big old head, but I pretend is
going more towards the heavy metal.
Yeah, which is fantastic. That's what I grew up
that's art that
reading.
I very much
so,
like.
Yeah, that's mostly what the sort of stuff I decorate my own house with. So.
But these techniques you could also learn.
Yeah,
you could apply to other things.
They're much better probably about talking about things, especially Donato. He's actually a professor. You're gonna get more of a Bob Ross experience than me just mumbling around about trying to choose colors that go together that probably don't.
Oh, he did a cover for Cracked magazine. That's great.
Oh, he's done quite a few things. He's at a lot of the show. He's at MegaCon also, isn't he?
Who's that then? Tom Fleming?
Yeah.
Oh,
usually.
Sometimes he's usually almost always at DragonCon.
Always at DragonCon, yeah. A lot of these shows, I think people walk by and they don't necessarily know who they're walking by when they go by their booths. I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, go look at their stuff.
I'm trying to find his. I can't find his. I know we have it.
I have it. Yeah.
You could always just email him. You could probably.
It's probably on Facebook or whatever. I don't know.
But no, these guys are good. We're recommending.
Yeah, those are definitely things I've watched.
Also, if anyone's into sculptural 3D art, if anyone in the room is interested in making cool art,
little statues and figurines and things. Yeah.
I think they will also be at.
I could say their names.
What are their names right now? The chef.
Type it in and see how it's spelled, because we have I have a DVD of theirs that was actually really good. That's actually one of the things I look at when I look at three-dimensional sort of stuff. Because they did a lot of things for like Warhammer and stuff, like the little sculpture stuff.
Let's see if I can find.
Awesome.
Because I think they were judges. Are they judges for DragonCon this year?
Are they? If they weren't this year, then they were a previous year. Because I know they were at one point. I don't know. I have a big unwieldy name myself. I don't expect anybody to remember what I'm called. That's kind of why I did the Strangeling thing. It's like, my name is long and confusing. Just call me Strangeling. For internet purposes. Because, I mean, even like when I try to go on an airplane, like Southwest, they're like, I'm sorry, ma'am, your name is too long. It's like, okay, well, should I like take letters off my first name, my middle name, or either of my last names? And they're like, we can't advise you on that, ma'am. I'm like, okay, all right.
All right, it is 6:52. We're about 8 minutes to the last raffle, and we're 75 viewers.
Yeah. Oh, hey, all right. Take that, Super Bowl.
But yeah, you know, I should have a list of more recommendations.
You know, I should
I'll make that a goal.
Thing, because there are a lot of people who have really helped me out in my career and have given me good advice.
And so many have different styles and different teaching.
Oh yeah, I think these are people. If you looked at the artwork, it looks nothing like mine, but it's things just learning about like balance and composition and color and technique and brush strokes and stuff like that you could apply to anything. I mean, you might think I'm joking, but that's
certainly
what I did.
All the people in One Fantastic Week.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Yes, One Fantastic Weekend.
I would recommend them.
Yeah, look at them. That's I'm sometimes I've been on their faculty a couple times when they do their workshops, and that's just great. I love going there.
Yeah,
and yeah, it doesn't matter. If
now I know mostly people in fantasy and sci-fi art. I do know a few people that are not, but usually those are
sorta.
That's my only from hanging out with Jasmine at cons do I know these people. Yeah. But if that's, I bet a lot of the people in this room that are interested in painting, that's probably the route they want to go.
Oh, definitely.
But it doesn't matter. The principles can be applied to anything.
Very much so.
You want to meet artists at MegaCon? Well, gosh, Queen Tree, there's tons. There's Artist Alley was overflowing last time.
Yeah, a lot of that's going to be comic type stuff, so it depends what you're looking for. There are definitely lots of artists there, so.
Right.
And we will be there this year.
If I was a budding artist or an artist that wanted to learn from another artist, what I personally would look for is someone that is stylistically different from the norm.
Yeah,
that is what I would look. If it looks like the same thing over and over,
yeah,
I would not.
If you see the same comics over and over again, you're
those
like,
are people
oh,
that
did you
have
even ask for that?
Or have practiced enough that they've been able to create their own style. And that actually means something.
That does mean something. And also people who do things like, who do fantastic realism sort of stuff. People like Donato or...
That just doesn't come overnight.
That means that, yeah, well, that's a great thing to look at because, again, if you're looking at a Donato painting, it looks like it's a Renaissance painting or something, but it's just contemporary. It doesn't look anything like my artwork, but I've known him a long time. I like looking at his artwork, and I'm like, oh, I know how light is going to work because I watched her little DVD thing, and it's like, oh, if you have a red light here, it means the shadow is going to be green. That's a helpful thing to learn, you know. Stuff like you guys watching me, even if you do completely different artwork, or you draw, or you do oil paints, or watercolors, and you're not even acrylics, and you don't even paint people, you paint spaceships or something like that. A lot of the same sort of rules that you're going to use, or the same sort of techniques are going to carry over. It's not a step-by-step, hey, paint this and make this color here and make this face look like this. It's these rules just apply to everything.
You know, some of the artists that always catch my eye around Epcot are some of the artists at the Wyland Gallery booth.
Oh, they always have good stuff there.
They usually have top-notch artists. A lot of it's, of course, it's sea-based.
Ocean-based sort of artwork, yeah.
I'm sorry.
And those are going to be kind of an idealized sort of realism.
There are a lot of techniques that those guys use that are amazing.
A lot of that are examples I would use of using really bright colors and complementary colors to create something that is eye-catching. Like, wow, that's a sunset with a whale, but that's a beach with a weird eclipse over it.
The translucency of some of those waves?
Yeah, exactly. And that is something that has really been refined by a certain group of artists, and it looks really impressive when you walk by, and it's very eye-catching.
So also have some neat sculptures, too.
What's our friend, Wilfredo?
Wilfredo,
he does
great.
Stuff with the Wyland Galleries. He does a lot of oceanscape sort of things, and he has on... Last I looked, at least, I probably looked a while ago when I was doing some water paintings. It's Walfrido. He does.
I'll see if I can find him.
Yeah, hopefully his website's still that. Again, this might have been 10 years ago.
I don't know.
But he has a lot of very good step-by-step things that are talking about painting light at different times of the day, and also painting water, which is an interesting thing.
And once you learn it,
Disney.
Some of Walfrido.com.
Yeah.
And I will put that in the
room.
And
he does some Disney stuff. He does regular stuff. And it's going to be landscape-based. But those are, even if it's a landscape, you can use that for your own paintings you're doing. If you're painting flowers or dragons or anything, you can use this sort of, hey, if it's blue, make it orange here. And, stuff like that you could learn from that and just extrapolate into your own artwork, which is always helpful.
Doesn't look like he's going to make it to the Epcot show.
But
he will be in Sarasota on...
Okay, he does stuff in Florida a lot.
March 1st through the 3rd.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of Wyland Gallery, because he's a Wyland Gallery artist.
Kind of
a lot of it's in Florida. And also in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And I think Walfrido's from Hawaii.
Yeah, he's Hawaiian, so yeah.
That's kind of cool. I remember chatting with him, and he was very nice.
Yeah. But again, there are a lot of people out there who like to talk about their artwork, and it doesn't mean, hey, just like word for word copy my picture here. It's like, hey, these are things you can use to just start from scratch, come up with your own stuff, and use these rules, and it will make something eye-catching. I'll show you. I don't know if you've been able to see. I probably should scoot it over more. I'm kind of working on making a column. The reason I'm putting a column here in between her, in between the window, is to give a more of a feeling of depth. Like it's kind of a... Like if it was like a little play and you're like, oh, this is the background, this is the curtain, this is the scenery, and she's up front. She's upstage here. So that will give a feeling of depth to the painting by adding another layer there. It has that sort of like it's a paper theater sort of thing. Like there's different levels of three-dimensionality to it, which is I won't say it's an easy way to make something look like it has a feeling of depth, but it's kind of a trick of the eye that you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, she's here, that's behind her, that's behind her, that's behind her, and then there's the background. So it doesn't look like the background's coming at you, which is part of the reason I don't put like pure white or pure black in the background, even if it's something black or white. I'll use like a light gray and a dark gray, because if it was super bright white or super dark black or highly saturated red or something like that, it would immediately pop to the front of the painting. So in the background you use more kind of muted, kind of muddy colors, and then you come up, they get more saturated, get more high contrast as you get to the front.
Shaylee says she can't wait to how this dress turns out. It literally will be like Christmas morning. Everyone's saying this has been the best conversation which we've had.
Oh, good. Well, I've been talking a lot more about technique this time. This is kind of an interesting phase.
It's probably the artist people in the room.
Yeah, probably. It's probably not all those football people who are usually here. But no, this is... you guys can watch it tomorrow morning. But, yeah, I think this is kind of a good and more instructive phase of a painting to start at. I mean, when I'm sketching, it's a lot of like, I don't know, is that a dinosaur or is that a cloud? I don't know. You know, I don't like drawing and deciding that stuff. But with this level, I've kind of decided where things are, but I haven't made them look like anything yet. I think it kind of makes things look cool. And I had part of the background and I got to show you the glazing, which is my favorite part of the painting is when I glaze over things, because it's like, oh, it was all kind of gray, now it's all kind of green, and the sky looks so cool. But
right,
I promise it looks cool. Oh, was that done? Oh,
Tammy won.
Sorry, who did?
Tammy Tyrone.
Oh wait,
no, not Tammy.
Oh, not Tammy. I'm sorry.
Tyrone.
Oh, Tammy.
One of the other
Tammy
Tammys.
All right, yay, go Tammy. She's got a seashell collector.
I'm sure she has one, but she's going to get another one.
She will probably gift it or trade it with somebody else. And that, I like to foster a nice community of people trading.
Oh, I think she's
helped out with that
quite a lot.
There you go. Yay, congratulations.
I don't know if she's still in the room.
Oh, she's probably with her minions setting up the football game or something. Remember, she set up the Taylor Swift concert. I took my niece.
Oh no, she's been in the room.
She has. Okay,
watching the football.
Oh, okay, maybe watching it.
But I don't know if she's in the room right now.
That's okay. That's fine. We know how to contact her at any rate. So, but here I'll do a quick overview of the things I've worked on here. I've got the background, got the cool sky that looks so cool. Her eyes are nowhere near finished, but you can see how they're going.
Jane. That's sweet of you.
So
I had to scroll up to see who did it. So many people are saying congratulations.
Thank you.
There's too many nice people.
There's no such thing as too many nice people. Got her little kind of burgundy curtain behind her, and I will continue to work on her throughout the week. I've got I'm working on 6 projects right now, so I either may or may not be more further along.
This kind of brings to mind that idea of maybe if we have more time for Twitch later on this year. If you made like a series where you worked on one painting and you kind of went through
only on Twitch, you mean? That would be kind of cool, because then I could start it from scratch. I could show the piece of wood and how it's been cut, and like a cooking show. It's like, hey, now we're gonna do this, and that would be kind of fun. Yeah. But we will be, whatever I'm working on. It might be this one. It might be a new piece. It won't be a Disney piece because they have to approve it before I show it to people. But it will be something, and I will be working on her.
She is working. She stopped in during her break for the.
Oh my gosh! You are so cool,
folks.
Tammy.
It's worth it just
you
to
are
hop
awesome.
in.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna say goodnight.
Yay! Well,
and Jasmine and I can have some food and not watch the Super Bowl.
Not watch the Super Bowl, and then I'll be working until probably midnight. But you guys won't be here. You can go have your own evening. We will be back here Sunday at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. That is noon Pacific next Sunday. That is the 9th or the 10th.
Yes. 10th. Go to sleep, UK people.
Go to sleep, UK people.
Night.
And we might see you at Epcot next Saturday.
Bye.